Chapter 2552. Both sides stared at each other nervously. As for serene snow, heavenly sage's cave, no one was in the mood to pay attention to it. Unlike the general and the others who had heavy hearts, Du Xiaofu did not feel much worry. Even though the devil religion was powerful, he had encountered countless powerful enemies over the years. When had he ever cowered in fear? Even if the 8 demon queens attacked him together, he wouldn't be afraid. The only thing that worried him was the number of Sage Realm experts from the devil religion. The total number of Sage Realm experts was almost twice that of his own side. If the 8 demon emperors sent a few of them to pin him down while the rest attacked the general, Lu Limo, Mu Jianqin, and the others, the situation would become extremely bad. Even though the strength of these people wasn't weak, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of several demon emperors at the same time. They would only be slaughtered. In the dark space, the great demon emperor's aura continued to rise. At the same time, the 2nd and 3rd demon emperors also made their moves. The demonic qi fluctuations around the 3 of them intertwined, and their qi circulated, forming a cycle. Following this, the aura that the 3 of them exuded increased by more than a level. It was far stronger than when they attacked individually. In an instant, Du Xiaofu felt as though there was a terrifying lord descending upon the world. He was evil, bloodthirsty, and extremely domineering. The cultivation of the 3 demon emperors wasn't any weaker than him. He had no choice but to circulate his Xian Qi to defend himself. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit stirred slightly. The movement he sensed made him feel uneasy. That was because what he was worried about had really happened. Other than the 3 strongest demon emperors, the remaining 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 demon emperors were all rushing toward the young experts from Tianwu Academy and Sacred Hall. It seemed like their plans were exactly the same as Du Xiaofu's. Needless to say, the 8 demon emperors must have communicated with each other via telepathy and decided on a plan. Rock Emperor, don't worry about us. That Qiankuan pouch will definitely be of great use to the devil religion. We can't let them take it. The devil religion will bring calamity to all living beings in this world. Even if we die here, we must protect the Cosmos Sack. We can't let them succeed so easily. That's right. We might not be able to leave. If you have the chance, you should leave first. Then we'll fight with the devil religion. I believe that one day you will avenge us. General, Ghost Child, Renuan, and the others all saw through Du Xiaofu's thoughts and spoke one after another. Everyone's tone carried a hint of determination. They knew how terrifying the devil religion was. Since the other party was trying so hard to obtain the Qiankuan pouch, it must be of great use to the devil religion. If that was the case, then all the more he couldn't let them get it. With Du Xiaofu's strength, it was definitely impossible for him to defeat the 8 great demon emperors. However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the devil religion. Hearing these words, Du Xiaofu nodded silently in his heart. He was gratified by these young experts' awe-inspiring righteousness. He knew very well that under the attack of the 5 demon emperors, it would be very difficult for the rest of the people present to survive. They might not even be able to escape. However, at this point, no one had a better choice. They could only fight. When the power of the primordial spirit swept over General, Ghost Child, Renuan, Lu Mingma, Bailey Wuya, and the others, an indescribable feeling arose in Du Xiaofu's heart. Could it be that all these youngsters were really going to be buried here today? However, before he could speak, the great demon emperor spoke. Since they want to die, then kill them. Attack with all your strength. Don't let any of these young human experts live. As the great demon emperor closed in on Du Xiaofu, he ordered the 4 demon emperors and the 5 demon emperors in a sinister voice. Since they had confirmed that the Cosmos Sack was in Du Xiaofu's possession, there was no need to keep the lives of the people of Tianwu Academy alive. These humans were all outstanding figures of the younger generation, and their talents were extraordinary. now that they had the opportunity to kill them and weaken the overall strength of the living beings in this world. They would be able to remove many obstacles to the rise of the devil religion in the future. Why not? Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two sides determined that the massacre wouldn't last for too long. At that time, the other 5 demon emperors would be able to free themselves and deal with Du Xiaofu together. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone here is my Du Xiaofu's friends. I won't abandon you all and leave by myself. Since a battle is unavoidable, let's fight to our heart's content. Du Xiaofu chuckled softly as he spoke to the general and the others. His words echoed in the dark space. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the darkness and disappeared in a flash. Rumble, the rumbling of thunder, resounded in the dark space of the Hanlan ice cavern, and a huge tremor spread out. At the same time, a vast and majestic pressure descended, as though an ancient god had descended upon the world. The majestic pressure and imposing aura caused the bodies of the 30 sage realm experts of the devil religion, excluding the 8 demon emperors, to sway. The strength of a sage realm expert in perfection was evident. Ha ha ha. Great. How many years has it been since I fought side by side with Brother Xiaofu? How nostalgic. Today, let's fight to our heart's content. Mu Jianqin shouted loudly. Amidst his loud laughter, the sound of a sword whistled through the air, carrying with it a biting, cold, murderous aura that swept out in all directions. Fight! 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 Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingga, the general, the number 1 hero, and the other 20 young experts also shouted one after another and attacked at the same time, facing the encirclement of more than 30 sage realm experts from the devil religion, including 5 demon emperors. The weakest among them, the 8 demon emperors, were more powerful than the 9 demon emperors who had died in the hands of Du Xiaofu. They were at least at the later stage of the sage realm. Although they were worried, they were not afraid at all. The current situation did not allow them to think too much. The only thing they could do was to fight. Kill. Let's fucking kill the devil religion. Lu Mingma attacked and rushed out directly toward the 8 demon emperors. Rin Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Feng Wucha, and the others were not willing to be left behind. They swarmed forward and rushed into the camp of the devil religion. The 2 sides collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. Du Xiaofu, hand over your life. The 3 demon emperors shouted loudly and attacked at the same time. With the help of the primordial spirit of Du Xiaofu's scarlet horse, primordial spirit, one could see the billowing devil chi turning into 3 sharp blades with a biting cold aura. They were like 3 peerless swords, and their murderous aura was vast and mighty. Come on, let me see how powerful the 3 demon emperors are when they join forces. Chapter 2553. Du Xiaofu moved brazenly. Before the 3 demon emperors could get close to him, his hands drew a series of abstruse and profound patterns in the void. His hand seals changed continuously, and mysterious runes lit up. Then they were swallowed by the strange dark space and disappeared into nothingness. However, everyone present suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descend upon them. At the same time, the roars of 4 beasts rang out. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles reverberated in this space. The roars of dragons pierced through all obstacles and directly penetrated one's spirit, as if they were trying to steal one's soul. The roars of tigers tore through the void. The terrifying sound waves were vast and mighty, making one's physical body almost unable to withstand it and on the verge of bursting. As the bird's cry fell, a boundless and majestic aura filled the air. Colorful lights lit up and actually did not extinguish in this dark space, illuminating everyone's figures for half a breath's time. Amidst the dull roars of turtles, the icy ground below shook. The awe-inspiring pressure caused everyone to tremble. Such a scene caused everyone's movements to freeze for a moment as they felt the terrifying aura. They all saw that at the same time as the roars of the beasts rang out, lines of runes flickered in the void and rapidly converged in one direction. Soon, an incomparably huge 8 trigrams diagram appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. This was Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams technique. Although this space was affected by a strange force, all the light rays would be rapidly swallowed the moment they appeared. However, after this void 8 trigrams was formed, it did not disappear. Instead, it bloomed with a blurry light, causing everything in the surroundings to finally be visible to the naked eye. Lines of bright light rays seemed to be embedded in the void in this pitch-black space. Although the void 8 trigrams technique that Du Xiaofu displayed this time did not seem so awe-inspiring to the naked eye, the vast aura it emitted permeated the void and did not weaken at all. If it was said that the void 8 trigrams in the past looked like a blazing sun possessing vast power, then this 8 trigrams diagram now was like the moonlight at night hanging in the sky. However, the masculine aura it carried was not reduced in the slightest because of this. While the 8 trigrams were taking shape in the void, the 3 demon emperors launched their attacks. Absolute heavenly thunder destruction. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, his voice shaking the void. Boom! Crack! Crack! A thick lightning bolt shot down from the 8 trigrams in the void, splitting open a terrifying hole in the void. Then it collided with the sharp, demonic aura of the 3 demon emperors. The 2 completely different forces collided with a loud bang, and in an instant a huge shockwave erupted. The lightning and devilish energy suddenly shattered, transforming into talisman symbols that covered the sky and earth and shot out in all directions. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Du Xiaofu and the 3 demon emperors were all peerless cultivators. However, the 4 of them did not move a single inch in the face of such a torrent of energy. After the first attack, the 3 demon emperors attacked again. In the billowing demonic aura, the great demon emperor stretched out a dainty palm, which was covered with black scales. It tore open the void and launched a simple attack. The 2 demon emperors, majestic figures, soared into the sky. They punched out with both fists and took a step forward. Every step they took caused the void to tremble. It was as if a peerless monster had descended into the world. The demonic aura around the 3 demon emperors gathered and condensed into a mountain-like demon head. Its ferocious eyes were fixed, and its bloody mouth was wide open, as if it could swallow everything. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. He summoned the purple-gold heavenly palace with one hand, while his other hand continued to draw an indescribable trajectory. In the 8 trigrams diagram in the void, heavenly thunder roared. Earthly fire rose, mountains and rivers rose and fell, and the sun, moon, and stars flashed, deducing the changes of all things in the world. At the same time, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped rapidly. Heavenly thunder, earthly fire, sun, moon, mountains, and lakes hovered around his body. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and flew around, engaging in a fierce battle with the 3 demon emperors. In this part of the world, boundless energy surged violently. Yang Qi attacks collided fiercely with the majestic demonic aura, causing terrifying explosions to ring out. The shattered energy contained powerful shockwaves that surged in the space of the Hanlan ice cavern. It was terrifying and could destroy the world. In the surroundings, ripples appeared in the distant space, constantly fluctuating. That was the spatial barrier that this place was in. It must have been set up by a peerless expert, causing this place to be an independent existence. Even light couldn't exist here. It was extremely strange. Kill! On the other side, the people of the devil religion, the Tianwu Academy, the Human Race Temple, and the younger generation of the major powers from Kyushu were engaged in a fierce battle. Moreover, Yuzheng Tongxian, Feng Wuxia, Lian Wushang, and the other experts had also finished off the people of the devil religion at the entrance and entered the Hanlan ice cavern to join the battle. However, due to the presence of the 5 demon emperors, the situation of these young experts was extremely difficult. Among the newcomers, there were only a few Sage Realm experts. They couldn't change the situation at all. Those below the Sage Realm had to risk their lives, even if they were to watch the battle from the side. Under the attacks of the 5 demon emperors, Lu Mingma and the other experts who had just entered the Sage Realm were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. Such a scene caused everyone's hearts to tighten. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives very quickly. Du Xiaofu, who was fighting the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd demon emperors alone, also diverted a bit of his attention to observe the situation. Facing the joint attack of the 3 demon emperors, he couldn't escape and help them. This made him feel extremely grave. Hee, you puny humans, go to hell. The 6th demon emperor said with a strange smile as he punched Rin Yuan's chest and sent him flying. Rin Yuan's young body flew back dozens of miles and smashed into the icy ground, plowing a deep trench. His chest caved in, and wisps of demon qi lingered on it. You are already at the end of the road. Why are you still resisting? The 5th demon emperor said with a gloomy smile. His whole body emitted a biting cold aura as he turned around and attacked. Kill, he! When the rest of the people of the devil religion saw this, they also laughed strangely and were full of fighting spirit. What should we do? Du Xiaofu's heavenly palace of purple and gold shone brightly. He used the sword splits 10,000 miles and pushed the 3 demon emperors back slightly. He turned around and looked at the battlefield. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he didn't know how to deal with it. If he was alone, he was very confident that he could escape. However, as he had said earlier, he couldn't leave his friends behind and leave alone. Could today's situation only be resolved by handing over the cosmos sack to the devil religion? Chapter 2554. Du Xiaofu had the thought of handing over the Qinkuan bag. Although he didn't want to do so, he didn't have any other choice in the current situation. The great calamity of the world and the lives of dozens of his best friends seemed to have become a fish and a bear's paw relationship. The only choice he had was to make. This was a difficult choice. However, Du Xiaofu already had a plan after several struggles in his heart. Looks like I can only hand over the Qinkuan bag. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. There was an indescribable struggle in his heart. Even so, in his eyes, the lives of his friends were more important than anything else. Without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu made his final decision. With a light flip of his wrist, the Qinkuan bag appeared in his hand. Before the next attack of the 3 demon emperors landed, he held the Qinkuan bag and raised his hand. However, just as he was about to open his mouth and use the Qinkuan bag to exchange conditions with the demon emperors, the power of his primordial spirit detected something that made him swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His hand, which had been raised halfway, suddenly froze, because he sensed that there was a large group of figures coming from the entrance of the Ice Wave Cave. Master, Senior Brother, Grand Master Mu-Ha. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He used the Fuyao style and dodged the attacks of the 3 demon emperors, appearing in the distance. Releasing the power of his primordial spirit, he could clearly see that those figures were all familiar. Master Gu Qingyang, Senior Brother and Father-in-law Sima Tashing, Golden Rock Sage Sima Muhan, and a large group of people from the ancient Heaven Sect. The people of the devil religion are so presumptuous. Do they think that there is no one in the land of Kyushu? Master Gu Qingyang's long hair fluttered in the wind as he let out a clear cry. His sword pierced through the 9 heavens and immediately slaughtered his way into the devil religion's camp. As soon as Sima Taxing, the Golden Rock Saint, Sima Muhan, and the others arrived, they instantly determined the situation before them, and they utterly didn't have the time to greet Du Xiaofu before they flashed out and launched into battle with the devil religion. Although the addition of these people could only be considered a drop in the bucket, it made the general and the others feel much more relaxed. A few more people have come to die. Then I'll take care of all of you together." The 4 demon emperors laughed heartily, and their attacks became even fiercer. Among the few Sage Realm experts, the strongest one was only at the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. So, it was impossible for them to influence the battle at this time. The other members of the Devil Religion also felt pleased and attacked without any hesitation. But soon, they couldn't be happy anymore. However, things were far from over after the appearance of the ancient Heaven Sex group. Behind them, there were even more figures rushing over. "Brother Du Xiaofu, we're here." A woman's clear and melodious voice resounded throughout the field. Behind her, there was a large group of people. So many people. The 4 demon emperors' eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Du Xiaofu was also moved. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised at the same time. As far as the eye could see, almost all of them were familiar faces. Most importantly, all of them exuded a powerful aura, which indicated that they had reached the Sage Realm or above. Seeing these people, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile, and he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He glanced at them one by one. There were Zhu Shui and Guoming from the mysterious Talisman sect, Lian Qingrong from the Great Snow Mountain, Bing Luin and Bing Qin from the Snow Palace, Su Muxin, Su Mayan, Tang Mailing, and Jijian from the Hahuan School, Dai Xingyu, Qing Wan, and Shao Qing. The one who spoke to Du Xiaofu just now was Dai Xingyu. Why are they all here? However, before Du Xiaofu could truly rejoice, his eyes rippled again. The appearance of some other figures made him feel even more surprised. Rays of golden light lit up and then extinguished in the dark space, flashing into pieces of runes. Then, huge birds appeared, flapping their wings and pouncing. Screech! The birds' cries shook the sky, and huge wings spread out as if they were going to stretch across the sky. They arrived first, and as soon as they appeared, they were already in the middle of the battle. In the Devil Religion's line-up, Jialo Jimmy's young face palpitated when he saw these people. "Grandma, Grandpa." Du Xiaofu's lips opened and closed. The people who came were the old granny of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Jialo Maluo, Jialo Batian, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Kaling, and Jialo Juekong, as well as the expert who walked out of the Eternal Tomb. The Devil Religion wants to touch this old man's grandson, the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. They don't even ask if the golden-winged Great Rock Clan agrees. Jialo Batian said domineeringly, and an inexplicably domineering aura quickly spread out. With a flap of his wings, he spun and pounced, cutting a Saint Realm expert of the Devil Religion in half and falling from the sky. With the addition of the Ancient Heaven sect, the Black Talisman sect, the Great Snow Mountain, the Hahuan School, the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan, as well as Dai Xingyu, Qing Wan, and Little Qing, the new forces, the situation of the battle immediately changed greatly. These people, from front to back, added up to nearly 30 people, including the general, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Lu Limo, Jiang Yiting, Mu Jianqin, and Yujing Tongxian. The number of people on Du Xiaofu's side exceeded 50. Even the individual strength of most people was still weak compared to the Devil Emperor of the Devil Religion. However, with enough numbers, it was enough to cause a qualitative change. Moreover, there were also Beilu and Bingqin and the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan's patriarch, who were all experts from the Eternal Tomb. Their strength was not inferior to the 4 Devil Emperors at all. With such a lineup, even if they could not kill all the people of the Devil Religion here, it was more than enough to protect themselves and not suffer any losses. Ju Qi, how long are you going to be stubborn? The old lady, Jialo Maluo, flew to the front of Jialo Ju Qi and said sadly, "I didn't do anything wrong, so how can I be stubborn? Now all of this is because you forced me to do it." Jialo Ju Qi turned into a huge devil rock, and torrential devil Qi rolled around his body. The words that came out of his mouth were emotionless. even in front of his grandmother, who loved him the most. After avoiding her gaze for a while, he still looked arrogant and stubborn as usual. Ju-Chi, the clansmen are all looking forward to your return. But when will you wake up? Do you really want to be the enemy of all the clansmen? The old lady said, and the more she spoke, the more sorrowful she felt. She looked at Giallo Ju-Chi with eyes full of unspeakable sorrow, but also endless love and regret. I'm living a good life now, and I'm very free. I don't need anyone's concern, and I know what I'm doing, Giallo Ju-Chi said, and his face was still stubborn. Chapter 25:55. Sigh. The old lady let out a long sigh, full of sadness. After the suppression between heaven and earth was lifted, her strength had increased greatly, and her face looked much younger than before. However, after this sigh, his aged body became hunched again, and the wrinkles on his face became even deeper. In fact, she knew very well that her grandson had no way of turning back. You are so stubborn and unrepentant. What else can I say? In order to prevent you from bringing disaster to the world and even killing your own race, I can only fight you personally and kill you. Your life was given to you by the golden-winged great rocks, so let them end you, the old lady said, her old eyes filled with determination. I know I am not your opponent, but you are wholeheartedly associated with the devil religion. I have no choice but to try to stop all of this. If you can really do it, then kill me. I won't blame you. As she spoke, the old lady transformed into her true form and let out a clear cry. Her body skyrocketed, and a sharp claw tore through the void. It was thousands of feet long, and directly grabbed at Giallo Jimmy's demonic rock body. Supreme beast energy surged out with awe-inspiring might, invading in all directions. The ice below was melting at a visible speed. When she attacked, there was no hesitation or mercy. She went all out. She knew that her grandson had already broken through the middle stage of the saint realm under the devil religion's nurturing. His strength was above hers, but she had no choice. If Giallo Jimmy was allowed to live, it would eventually lead to the death of more living beings, and even their loved ones. Giallo Jimmy did not speak in the face of the old lady's attack. An imperceptible struggle flashed through his demonic eyes. No one was able to see this scene, so it was deeply hidden. Then, the demonic rock's body erupted with a strong murderous aura. With a move, it directly collided with the old lady's sharp claw. Then, the two of them fought fiercely. At this time in the Cold Wave Ice Cave, after dozens of people from several major factions arrived, an even more terrifying battle broke out. Both sides were fighting with red eyes, and they did not hold back at all. Sooner or later, the creatures of this world and the devil religion would collide endlessly. At this time, almost half of the devil religion's experts were here, and many of the strongest sects from Kyushu were also present. For a time, it seemed that the devil religion and the creatures of this world's battle had begun in advance. Du Xiaofu was also fighting with the three great demon emperors. With the addition of a new group of people, he could concentrate on fighting the enemy. The strength and cultivation of these four people were all about the same. Du Xiaofu was fighting one against three and was absolutely at a disadvantage. However, the three demon emperors could not do anything for a short time. In the cold of cold ice, cold. Vast energy was energy, like raging in Ru raging waves. Ru attacks were launched one after another, and the whole space was boiling, like a pot of boiling hot water. Thousands of mountains collapsed, and thousands of waves roared. The barrier outside the space trembled constantly, and huge ripples were formed, like the roaring waves on the sea. One crack after another spread out and extended, emitting cracking sounds. Finally, as if it could not bear the impact of the huge energy aftershock, the barrier around the space suddenly shattered after a buzzing sound. Then, on the other side, the cave residence of Serene Snow Holy Saint also trembled, making rumbling sounds. Rumble, In this violent change, everyone felt that the ice ground under their feet was constantly rising, as if it was going to break out of the ground. In the strange space, which was originally pitch black, nothing could be seen with the naked eye, and even light was difficult to exist. But at this time there was suddenly a strong light, and it became incomparably bright. The spatial barrier around them had completely disappeared. What entered their eyes was an icy mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. Only the talisman array outside the abode, not far from the crowd, was still in operation. Snowflakes that were like goose feathers were drifting down and sprinkling down. Everyone's silhouettes appeared on Snow Spirit Mountain. Even if it was a heavenly saint powerhouse who had set up a spatial barrier after countless years of erosion, it would not be able to survive in a battlefield where hundreds of saint powerhouses were fighting. Serene, Snow Heavenly Saint's residence has appeared. Looming Moss said in a daze. They had come here in search of fortuitous encounters. However, after entering the Hanlon Ice Cavern, they were besieged by the Devil Religion, who were intent on finding Tianwu Academy's Cosmo Sack. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu's timely appearance, they would have all been wiped out. Kill. The general and the others were stunned for a moment before they once again engaged in battle with the Devil Religion. Giallo Jimmy and the old granny, Giallo Maluo, were still fighting. At this time, no one was in the mood to think about opportunities or benefits. This is not your full strength. At this time, do you still have any misgivings? Since you have decided to side with the Devil Religion, why are you still concerned about my identity as your grandmother and not willing to injure me? If you die, or if I die, we will be able to answer to all the golden-winged great rocks. The old granny flapped her wings and said after defeating Jello Jimmy in one blow. She had been fighting with Jello Jimmy for a long time, but she realized that this grandson of hers had not displayed his true strength. Instead, he had suppressed his strength and fought to a standstill with her. Clearly, although he was stubborn, he still cared about the friendship between family members. Humph. Jello Jimmy snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this time, the 4 demon emperors, who were fighting fiercely with Bing Luen and Bing Qin, suddenly turned around and distanced themselves from Bing Luen and the old granny. They turned around and rushed in the direction of Jello Jimmy and the old granny. He sneered and said at the same time, "Boy, since you can't do it, then I will do you a good deed and kill this old granny for you." As he spoke, endless demon chi surged out and condensed into a sickle-shaped weapon. It was suffused with a murderous aura and directly chopped at the old granny's head. In the boiling demon chi, a mountain of corpses appeared, a sea of blood rolled, and countless creatures struggled and howled. The miserable cries made one's scalp tingle. When such an attack fell, the demon chi surged, and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The old granny's body also stopped in midair. Even if the golden-winged great rocks were to use their full strength, they could not twist their bodies. Chapter 2556. The strength of the 4 demon emperors was extremely terrifying. The old lady's cultivation had just entered the saint realm. After being targeted, she couldn't even dodge. She could only watch as the scythe of demonic chi slashed down, trying to take her life. Your opponent is me. Behind the 4 demon emperors, Bing Luen Bingchen's reaction was also extremely fast. When he made a move, he put his palms together and then separated them. As he separated his palms, a palm-sized snow mountain formed. It expanded rapidly in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of feet tall. On the snow mountain, there were drifting snowflakes and howling winds. As it swirled and danced, it was as if many divine weapons were colliding with each other, creating a sonorous sound. The huge snow mountain smashed toward the 4 demon emperors with the force of 10,000 pounds. This attack was swift and fierce, forcing the 4 demon emperors to turn around and block it, thus saving the old lady from danger. Otherwise, even with the strength of the 4 demon emperors, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured and lose more than half of their combat power. This would be extremely disadvantageous for the devil religion. You want to save her? Dream on. Sky swallowing demonic clouds. On the other side, the 5 demon emperors sneered. Almost at the same time as Bingluin Bingchen made his move, he moved away from the old ancestor of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. As his robe fluttered, the demon chi around his body transformed into the shape of a huge demonic beast, which soared into the sky. Sharp teeth protruded from its gaping mouth, looking hideous and terrifying. Roar! The huge demonic beast roared ferociously, spitting out a suffocating breath. As it inhaled and exhaled, the space shattered into pieces and was sucked into its stomach. It had the power to swallow the clouds and kill the moon. It was extremely terrifying. A huge demonic beast palm appeared in the sky, covering the sky and stirring up the boundless wind and clouds. In the blink of an eye, the 4 demon emperors changed the direction of the blood sickle and collided with Bingluin Bingchen's snow mountain, creating a loud explosion that could tear the sky and earth apart. Following that, the demonic beasts transformed by the 5 demon emperors strode toward the golden-winged rock body of the old lady Garuda Mola. At the same time, the old lady was still trapped in the void by the devil emperor's power. She couldn't move at all. A powerful suction force emerged from the mouths of the beasts formed by the 5 demon emperors, sweeping through the surroundings. The golden-winged rock's body was unable to resist at all. It was swept up by the powerful force and flew toward the 5 demon emperors. Even though the ancestor of the golden-winged Great Punk Clan who had walked out of the eternal tomb possessed extreme speed, he had already moved to intercept the 5 demon emperors the moment they began to move. But in this situation, it was already too late to rescue him. By the time he arrived, Garuda would have already been devoured by the demons. The battle here naturally fell into the eyes of the others. Grandma, Du Xiaofu was anxious. With a flap of his wings, he activated the Fuyao style. Amidst the golden light, he passed through space and appeared directly in front of the old lady. He waved the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, forming a dazzling sword light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It then pierced into the mouths of the 5 demon emperors. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality it all happened in the blink of an eye. From the time the 4 demon emperors attacked, to Bingluin Bingchen intercepting them, to the 5 demon emperors using the moon-swallowing demonic cloud, and finally to Du Xiaofu activating the most powerful technique of the golden-winged Great Punk Clan. Less than 1/100th of a breath's time had passed. Du Xiaofu's Fuyao style didn't need any time to pass through space. The moment he slashed his sword down, Bingluin Bingchen and the 4 demon emperors' attacks collided. Boom, 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 boom. Roar intense explosions sounded at the same time as the howls of the beasts. The 10,000-foot snow mountain crushed down, and the blood-red scythe released a vicious aura. Both of them were tough and ferocious. As soon as they came into contact, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The terrifying energy shattered and turned into a violent storm that swept across all directions. These 2 people's cultivations were evenly matched, and they were equally matched in this exchange. The blood and chi in their bodies were tumbling, and they were both shaken to a certain extent. In comparison, Du Xiaofu's strength was slightly stronger than the 5 demon emperors. When the violent and overbearing sword light shot out, the 5 demon emperors didn't have time to react. The sword light directly pierced through them, and they went into the huge beast's mouth. The demon beast that was formed by the demon chi emitted an earth-shattering scream. It was obvious that it was seriously injured. The huge figure retreated in a panic, and one ice mountain after another was trampled into powder. Everything wasn't over yet. On the other side, the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, and the 3rd demon emperor carried monstrous power and chased after Du Xiaofu. Since you've already surrendered to my devil religion, then you must be firm in your heart and get rid of everything in the past. How can you ruin your future because of personal feelings? The great demon emperor said in a hoarse and low voice, and there was a hint of disappointment in his voice. These words were said to Jalo Jimmy. As he spoke, the great demon emperor's petite body, which was wrapped in demon chi, moved. A thin and weak claw stretched out and pressed toward Du Xiaofu. This claw was covered with pitch-black scales, and it flickered with an awe-inspiring luster. It didn't have any aura fluctuation, and it looked extremely ordinary. However, Du Xiaofu knew how terrifying the great demon emperor was, and he didn't dare to be careless. "Thunder, martial vein!" Du Xiaofu shouted. Dense electric lights lingered on his body like meridians. Endless thunderclouds swiftly gathered high in the sky. Numerous lightning bolts continuously lit up within them, causing loud rumbling sounds to resound. The ink-black thunderclouds rolled and surged, carrying the heaven's might. They had a majestic aura, and it seemed as if the sky was collapsing. After that, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a mountain struck down towards the great devil emperor. Du Xiaofu, you can't protect this old woman today. The second demon emperor laughed strangely. Then he turned to Jalo Jimmy and said, "Since you can't do it, I'll help you." While Du Xiaofu was dealing with the great demon emperor, he shot out a dark and misty demon light directly toward the old woman. "How dare you!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The golden rock wings on his back flapped rapidly, and he used the Fuyao style again, trying to stop the second demon emperor. However, another figure, which was covered in demon flames, charged toward the old woman. Jalo Mola, from the other side. This figure was the third demon emperor. Du Xiaofu, this old woman has a close relationship with you. If you kill her, you will be heartbroken. The third demon emperor said gloomily, "I really want to see how you, who spoiled the great plans of my devil religion, will cry." The third demon emperor's figure moved and disappeared in a flash. This scene made Du Xiaofu feel very distressed. He didn't expect that several demon emperors would join forces to kill the old woman. Chapter 25:57. After Du Xiaofu used Fuyao, the second demon emperor gave up on attacking the old lady. Everyone knew that Du Xiaofu had an extraordinary relationship with the golden-winged rock clan. He rose to prominence with the golden-winged rock cultivation technique in his youth and later became the young patriarch of that clan. The old lady even recognized him as her grandson. If she was killed, it would be a heavy blow to Du Xiaofu. How could the people of the devil religion let go of such an opportunity? Go to hell. Being killed by the joint attack of several demon emperors is enough to make you smile in the underworld. At the same time, the third demon emperor's palm also fell and arrived in front of the old lady in an instant. If you don't die, how can Jalo Jimmy wholeheartedly contribute to our devil religion? This palm was filled with absolute power. It disappeared in front of the third demon emperor and directly penetrated the void, appearing in front of the old lady. The strong power spread out and rippled, causing people's divine souls to tremble. They couldn't help but tremble. "Grandma!" "No! Stop!" Not far away, Jalo Batian, Jalo Juyu, Jalo Kaling, and Jalo Juekong finally reacted and shouted in horror. No one could stop this in time. They could only stare blankly at the palm falling. They could imagine that the old lady would be killed by the three demon emperors. Blood splattered everywhere. Du Xiaofu's heart was suddenly filled with desolation. His eyes turned crimson in an instant. Tears were brewing in his eyes. At the same time, there was also deep regret and self-blame. He could have restrained the three demon emperors at the same time. However, as long as he did anything else, he would have given the other party an opportunity. The current situation was because he gave up on his opponent to save the old lady. This caused the three demon emperors to attack the old lady together. However, he had no choice. He couldn't watch the old lady die in the hands of the 5 demon emperors. However, if he was strong enough, this scene wouldn't have happened. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. The general, Daishingyu, Bailiwuya, Mujianshin, Lu Limo, Sumushin, Simamuhan, and the rest of the forces also felt extremely sad. They were bitterly holding on under the siege of the devil religion. Although many of them were seriously injured, no one had truly died yet. Could it be that this kind old lady was really going to be buried here today? The great demon emperor, second demon emperor, third demon emperor, fourth demon emperor, and fifth demon emperor. These 5 strongest demon emperors had joined hands, and their coordination was flawless. They wanted to kill one person, and even Du Xiaofu, Beilu and Bingqin, and the golden-winged Great Peng race's old ancestor couldn't stop them. It seemed that the old lady's death was a foregone conclusion, and no one could solve it. Grandma! Jialo Kai Ling whispered, sorrowfully. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, when her tears flowed out of her eyes, she saw a scene that made her open her mouth in surprise. She couldn't close it for a long time. Everyone saw that before the palms of the 3 demon emperors fell, the figure closest to the old lady suddenly moved and blocked the palms of the 3 demon emperors. It was an extremely huge demonic rock's body, which was surrounded by billowing demonic chi and emitted an inexplicably domineering and unruly aura. Its appearance was exactly the same as the golden-winged Great Peng race. When it spread its wings, it was unknown how many miles wide it was. The only difference was that the aura that was fluctuating from its body was not vast and masculine, but evil and bloodthirsty demonic power. There was only one person in the world who had the body of this demonic rock, and that was Jialo Juliao, who had betrayed the golden-winged Great Peng race. He was the closest to the old lady. When the attacks of the 3 demon emperors were about to fall, he moved and blocked the old lady with his body. The palms of the 3 demon emperors, which had pierced through the void, directly hit the demonic rock's body. Bang! Everyone present heard a muffled sound. Then they saw a blood arrow spurt out from Jialo Juliao's mouth, creating a dark black hole in the void. Then the demonic rock's aura dropped sharply. In an instant it became dispirited, and its huge body fell from the sky. The energy waves of the battle swept past its body, making it look like a fallen leaf in a bleak wind. It fluttered down, forlorn and lonely. Jueliao! The old lady cried sadly. Her face, which had become much younger, suddenly seemed to have aged by hundreds of years. She looked even more haggard than before she had broken through to the Saint Realm. Everyone knew that Jialo Jueliao was her most beloved grandson. However, in order to become stronger, this grandson had stubbornly stood on the side of the devil religion and became enemies with all the creatures in this world. Even though she had repeatedly pressured him to fight, her words had revealed her extreme disappointment, and she had constantly forced him to attack. However, the old lady's thoughts were the opposite of her words. She hoped that she could awaken Jialo Juliao's conscience and make him repent. The old lady had always hoped that her grandson would realize his mistake and turn over a new leaf, cut off the devil bone in his body, and return to the clan. She wanted to watch him grow and be happy under her knees. However, all these hopes had turned into an illusory bubble at this moment as the young body fell from the void. In the void, Jialo Juliao was still falling. The huge demonic rock's body caused the void to vibrate. The pair of wings lost their vigor and strength and could no longer support his body. After a bang sound, his body smashed into the ice field below. Cracks appeared on the hard, icy ground, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. Immediately after, the demonic rock's body also transformed. After a flash of devil chi, it turned into a human form. That handsome face was no longer domineering and was covered with blood. However, his eyes were still filled with arrogance. Cough! Jialo Juliao coughed softly and choked out a large mouthful of blood. It overflowed from his mouth, passed by the side of his face, and flowed down his neck to the ground. His aura was already extremely weak, and the vitality in his body had long been destroyed. He was already on the verge of death and could die at any time. "Grandson," the old lady wailed, tears flowing from her eyes. Her dry, bark-like lips trembled as she kept muttering Jialo Juliao's name. Her expression became extremely gloomy, as if more than half of her vitality had been sucked out in an instant. Her hair became dry and pale, fluttering in front of her forehead, showing her dejection and sorrow. The rest of the people present all opened their mouths, wide in shock, as they quietly watched all of this. As for the several people from the Golden-Winged Rock clan, like the old lady, their sadness spread. Chapter 2558. Du Xiaofu also found it difficult to breathe. He finally understood that perhaps everyone was wrong. Jello Jimmy was not heartless, but his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. His unruly and unyielding character, coupled with all the pressure from the outside world, pushed him to make mistakes step by step. He walked the path of betraying his race and finally stood with the devil religion. Everyone stared blankly for a long time, not saying anything, including the 8 great demon emperors. After a long time, the 3 demon emperors finally squeezed out 2 words from their teeth. "Idiot." The 3 demon emperors cursed ferociously. While speaking, they even spat in the direction below them. This action instantly attracted the cold gazes of everyone present. How could an idiot from the devil religion understand the friendship between family members? Lu Ming opened his mouth and bluntly retorted, "What did you say?" The 3 demon emperors raised their eyebrows. It was obvious that they had been infuriated. Their tone was filled with dense killing intent. "I said you're an idiot." Lu Mingma curled his lips and glared back. Even though he was seriously injured, he was not afraid of the Devil Emperor's powerful and majestic aura. "You can't even understand such simple words. You're really an idiot." Mu Chinga expressionlessly chuckled and took advantage of the situation to reply, "You're courting death." The great demon emperor was furious. With his status, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His expression changed, and he gathered a huge aura, about to attack the 2 of them. "Third brother, let's deal with this old hag first." The 2nd demon emperor blocked the 3rd demon emperor. His eyes were once again thrown towards the old lady, Jalomola. With a sinister smile, he said, "I want to see who will be able to save her this time around." "That's exactly what I want." The 4 demon emperors agreed. The 2 of them moved abruptly and rushed towards the old lady to kill her. "Keek, old woman, since you love your grandson so much, then accompany him to the underworld so that we can reunite." The 4th demon emperor said in a gloomy voice. His terrifying aura was vast and mighty, filling the air with murderous intent. He also turned around and charged towards the old lady. At the same time, the great demon emperor and the 5 demon emperors moved as well. "I'll deal with you later." After the 3 demon emperors threatened Lu Mingma and Mu Chinga, they withdrew their thoughts and joined the battle to kill the old lady. At this time, their actions were no longer purely for the sake of killing, but for the sake of their reputation. If they couldn't even kill this old woman, then their reputation as the demon emperor would be greatly mocked. How could Du Xiaofu, Beilu and Bingqin, and the great golden-winged Peng clan's ancestor allow them to succeed? Without thinking, they all flew out. The great demon emperor was blocked by Du Xiaofu, and the 2nd demon emperor was fighting with the Golden Rock clan's old ancestor. Beilu and Bingqin was blocking the 4th demon emperor. "Devil religion, thief, how dare you!" Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, Jello Batian, and the others shouted loudly when they saw this, and then they charged towards the remaining 3 devil emperors and 5 devil emperors to stop them from joining forces again. "Your opponent is me." The rest of the experts of the devil religion flew out and intercepted these people. Soon the battle between the hundreds of Sage Realm experts began again, and the situation became extremely chaotic. This time, the scene was extremely similar to the previous one. Several supreme experts were restrained by the demon emperors of the devil religion, which created an opportunity for the 3 demon emperors to attack. This allowed him to rush out without any hindrance, and he directly charged towards the old lady, Jalo Maluo. The old lady was still immersed in grief, and her old face was full of tears. She looked at Jalo Maluo on the ground like a fool, and she didn't care about this at all. Du Xiaofu and the others were greatly shocked, and their minds began to become chaotic. As the second demon emperor had said, this time perhaps no one could save the old lady. Even though Du Xiaofu had already used the first style of Fuyao, the demon emperors were too close to the old lady. In such a short distance, the space profound did not have much of an advantage. When he had just reached the old lady, he had already been obstructed by the great demon emperor. If the 5 demon emperors of the devil religion couldn't even kill an old lady at the initial stage of the sage realm, it would be a joke. The 3 demon emperor said coldly. His palm, which carried a terrifying and peerless power, pierced through the void and hit the old lady's head. The bloody and murderous aura spread out under this palm, and it had an extremely strong and frightening aura. The space shattered silently, and a dark hole appeared. Before the palm hit the old lady's body was torn apart, and a terrible wound appeared on her body. Even Du Xiaofu did not dare to take such an overbearing and fierce attack head-on. With Jalo Maluo's strength, it was not difficult to imagine her ending if she took this attack head-on. However, everyone heard a domineering voice resounding in the area in the next moment. Even the attacks of the 3 demon emperors were delayed for a brief moment. It seems that the devil religion is going to be a joke. His arrogant and domineering words spread out in the void. Then, the space beside the old lady suddenly shattered, and a boundless golden light burst out from it. Then, a golden palm stretched out from the golden light and hit the 3 demon emperors. The palm looked ordinary, but it had an extremely vast power. It directly pressed a deep palm print in the void. Needless to say, the owner of this palm must be extremely terrifying. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, an explosive sound rang out. Terrifying energy wantonly spilled out. The impact of the energy spread out in all directions. A distant ice mountain peak was swept away and directly turned into fine powder. After the collision, the 3 demon emperors and the owner of the palm were pushed back by the impact, and they were pushed back more than 1,000 feet. The result was a tie. What a terrifying expert! He can actually take on the 3 demon emperors head-on. Many powerhouses were shocked, and they all looked at the person who had arrived in a hurry. However, because he was blocked by the golden light, they could not see his face. Du Xiaofu was also shocked, but he was not as confused as the rest of the people, because when the other party had just spoken, he had already known his identity. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. My boss's grandmother is also my grandmother. You people from the devil religion can't touch her. The person in the golden light was extremely arrogant, and he kept calling himself your boss. The golden light on his body slowly dissipated, and a handsome young man's face was revealed. He was wearing a robe that was shining with golden light, and he was tall and slender. One of his hands was naturally placed behind his back, and he looked extremely overbearing. Chapter 25:59. The young man stood upright in the void. His eyes were filled with an indescribable, terrifying fluctuation. Golden light shone from them. It's him. Most people quickly recognized the young man when they saw him. General, Ghost Child, Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, and the others were even more familiar with him. When they first met him, he was just an arrogant monkey. This monkey had always been by Du Xiaofu's side. Who else could it be other than Du Xiaorao? His strength is actually so terrifying. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, feeling the terror of little demon Du, especially the group of young experts. There was still a huge gap between them and the strength of the demon emperor. However, the young man seemed to be about the same age as them. Yet he was able to fight evenly with the 3 demon emperors. The people around Xiaofu are all freaks, Sima Taxing said in a low voice. Although he sighed, it seemed that this was the only explanation. It's you, damn monkey! The 3 demon emperors and Du Xiaoyao stood opposite each other. Their eyes were filled with endless anger. He originally saw that he was about to succeed, but did not expect that little demon Du would suddenly appear, ruining his plan once again. What? Are you not convinced? It doesn't matter. I can fight with you until you are convinced. Du Xiaoyao curled up the corners of her mouth with an evil smile. Her words were so arrogant. The 3 demon emperors were so angry that they were about to attack. However, they were stopped by the 2nd demon emperor. The 2nd demon emperor laughed coldly and said, "Isn't it just a red-bone horse monkey? So what if you're extraordinary? Even if the heavenly king himself comes, he won't be able to stop us from killing this old woman today." As he spoke, his demonic eyes suddenly narrowed. His killing intent surged. Really? Today, I'd like to see how arrogant the devil religion is. Another voice reverberated. A long spear pierced through the barrier of the void and directly charged into the battlefield. A stalwart, middle-aged man with a gun in one hand and a wine jug in the other appeared in everyone's line of sight. Behind him, an old man in his 70s followed with a respectful expression. However, the aura that filled his body was also incomparably terrifying. "Drunkard dad," Du Xiaofu muttered to himself in surprise. The person who had arrived was precisely Du Tingxian, but it wasn't over yet. Immediately after Du Tingxian, another flash of lightning appeared in the void. Then it continuously combined and transformed into a human figure. It was a bare-chested young man in a short robe. "I'll beat up anyone who dares to oppose my master." The young man's muscles were taut, carrying with them a powerful force. His face was simple and honest, but his eyes were extremely cold as he looked at the people from the devil religion. This person was Lei Tianhuang, the disciple that Du Xiaofu had taken in the ancient, desolate, fearsome ground. In the Tomb of Heaven, Du Xiaofu had already learned of his origin after crossing the River of Time. He was transformed from a remnant thunderbolt when his ancestor died. It wasn't until countless years later that he gave birth to spiritual intelligence. He could be considered to be from the same family as Huolei Laozu. Lei Tianhuang's front foot had just arrived when the void shook again. Numerous mysterious runes spread out between the heavens and the earth, forming a unique spatial passageway that rapidly extended to the battlefield. Then a middle-aged man with a strange charm on his face strode out. In his hand, he held a rune array wheel that was suffused with a bloody aura. "Brother Qing Chun." Du Xiaofu chuckled softly. "I heard that someone dared to touch my brother's grandmother. Shouldn't you ask the 6-wheel blood-killing array in my hand for such an important matter?" Sacred Array Child Jin Qing Chun raised his eyebrows, glanced at the people from the devil religion present, and said with a sneer. As he spoke, the wheel in his hand was held at the tip of his finger and started to spin. It seemed that he would kill anyone who disagreed with him. Seeing the arrival of the 5 experts, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Old Lei, Lei Tianhuang, and Jin Qingchun, everyone's expression changed. The people from the devil religion looked extremely solemn, especially the 8 great devil emperors. They quickly understood in their hearts that today's matter was probably no longer within their control. The 5 people who had hurried over were all experts with exceedingly high cultivation and famous reputation. Not to mention getting Du Xiaofu's Qiankuan bag, they couldn't even kill the old lady of the golden-winged Great Rock clan to save the face of the devil religion. The operation this time had already been declared a failure. They didn't expect that Du Xiaofu's sudden appearance would spoil their initial plan. The devil religion had mobilized to ambush the people from Tianwu Academy. What was even more unexpected was that the legendary Qiankuan bag wasn't with the people from Tianwu Academy, but with Du Xiaofu. With this, it would be even more difficult for them to obtain it. On the other side, the experts from Tianwu Academy, Ancient Heaven Sect, Ancient Desolate Continent, and Kyushu heaved a sigh of relief. With the addition of Du Tingxian and the others, the devil religion wouldn't be able to cause much of a commotion. Let's go! The great devil emperor didn't hesitate. His deep voice reverberated as he issued an order to everyone from the devil religion. Hearing this, the nearly 40 experts all turned around, turned into a jet-black demonic cloud, and quickly flew into the distance. That Qinkuan bag, the 5 demon emperors spoke. They were still thinking about the Qinkuan bag in Du Xiaofu's hands, unwilling to leave just like that. Let's go! The great devil emperor's cold bellow sounded from the demonic cloud, frightening the 5 demon emperors. Not daring to raise any objections, they hurriedly flew into the demonic cloud. Du Xiaofu, I'll leave the Qinkuan bag with you for now. One day, it will return to the hands of our devil religion. Before leaving, the 5 demon emperors coldly left behind a sentence. You're welcome to look for me any time. Du Xiaofu replied as he watched the demonic cloud fly up into the sky and disappear without a trace. Boss, are we really going to let them leave just like that? Du Xiaoyao looked into the distance and asked with reluctance. He had just arrived and had only exchanged a single blow with the 3 demon emperors. He hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. Furthermore, he had close to 60 people on his side, while the devil religion had less than 40 experts. They could go all out and fight. If I can take their lives here, I will never let these people from the devil religion leave. However, we are far from enough. Du Xiaofu's eyes were burning as he clenched his fists tightly. Of course, he wanted to kill all the demon emperors. After all, they were the strongest helpers of the devil god. However, many of them had been seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Moreover, the 8 demon emperors were by no means easy to deal with. Even if his drunkard father and the other 4 joined in, they still wouldn't be able to kill even one of the demon emperors. After weighing the pros and cons, he couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. Being able to scare off the people from the devil religion was already the best outcome. Chapter 2560. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. the Strength of Du Xiaofu and the devil religion gathered in Snow Spirit Mountain was almost on par with each other. If they forcefully stopped the devil religion from leaving, it would inevitably lead to an even more brutal war, causing unavoidable deaths and injuries. Du Xiaofu was not ready to start a real war with the devil religion. He had yet to gather the 36 bolts of spiritual lightning and the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons. He had yet to go to the demon realm, and many forces had yet to be integrated. On the other hand, the devil religion also had great misgivings. The demon god was still recovering. If a bloody battle broke out now, it would be detrimental to their plans. Both sides had their own misgivings and calculations. This battle could not be fought and could only be left for another day. However, when the demon god joined the battle, they would face an even more violent storm that would engulf all the living beings in this world. No one would be able to hide from the world and avoid the calamity. Grandmother! Jallo Kaling's soft call interrupted Du Xiaofu's thoughts. He turned and saw that Jallo Kaling was flying down and landing beside Jallo Jimmy, who was lying on the ground. The ice ground under Jallo Jimmy was hit by the demonic rock's fall. With him as the center, cracks spread out like a spider web, looking very ferocious. Looking down from the sky, his body seemed to be locked in the middle of this spider web, unable to break free. Du Xiaofu knew that the spider web that trapped Jallo Jimmy was a stubbornness and unruliness. Jimmy! At this moment, the old lady was half kneeling beside Jallo Jimmy. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her eyes. One of her old hands was holding the young one that was gradually turning cold. The other hand was caressing her grandson's blood-stained face. Tears flowed down Jallo Kaling's pretty face. She held her younger brother's other hand and sobbed. Jalo Batian, Jalo Juiu, Jalo Juakong, and the others also went to Jalo Jumi's side. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief. Goo-goo! A gurgling sound came from Jalo Jumi's throat. Soon after, his lower jaw straightened, and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out. After that, his aura became even weaker. Obviously, he was on the verge of death. Grandmother, grandson has let you down. Jalo Juame's voice was low, and his words were intermittent. After a long while, he finally said something. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, empty, dim, and suffused with the aura of death. No, no! The old lady shook her head vigorously with tears in her eyes. She repeatedly said the word no, but she couldn't say anything else. Looking at the appearance of her most beloved grandson, the old lady's heart was filled with endless pain. Perhaps in the past she had indeed been disappointed in Jalo Jumi countless times. But at this moment, all the knots in her heart had been dissolved along with the passing of her grandson's life, and she could no longer blame him. What's more, this grandson of his had become like this in order to save him. The old lady was someone who doted on the younger generation. Watching all this happen with her own eyes made her heart ache to the extreme. Grandson is unfilial. Jalo Juame's breathing suddenly became heavy, and he panted rapidly. However, this kind of breathing could come to an abrupt end at any time. Seeing this, Jalo Kaling hurriedly used her beast energy and placed her delicate palm on her brother's chest. A gentle aura constantly entered his body, and only then did Jalo Juame calm down a little. Juame, don't say any more. Grandmother doesn't blame you. Grandmother would rather you didn't block that palm for me. The old lady cried out in grief, almost heartbreaking. If she could, she would rather the one lying on the ground at this time was herself, and not her most beloved grandson. Hearing his grandmother's cries, Jalo Juame didn't say anything more to her. Instead, he suddenly condensed his pupils and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was standing quietly at the side. Du Xiaofu, Jalo Juame whispered, as if he had something to say to him, but the words were not very clear. The palm of the 3 demon emperors not only destroyed the vitality of his physical body, but also shattered his divine soul. Even the highest level of elixirs in the world couldn't save him. There was really no way to save him. The chi that Jalo Kaling had injected into his body could only temporarily prolong his life and delay it for a short while. Hearing Jalo Juame calling him, Du Xiaofu also walked to the old lady's side, stood gently and stared at him. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I will take good care of grandmother and the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu said very seriously. Feeling the grief of the old lady, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Thank you. The corners of Jalo Juame's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to return a smile. No need to thank me. This is what I should do, Du Xiaofu said. These were words from the bottom of his heart, and there was no hint of perfunctory. When Jalo Juame was dying, the last thing in his heart was still his grandmother and the golden-winged great rocks. This made Du Xiaofu have a good impression of him. Over the years, because Jalo Juame had the devil bone and was associated with the devil religion, the two of them had always been enemies. But now, how could he not understand that Jalo Juame didn't really want to betray the golden-winged great rocks and become enemies with the whole world? It was because the arrogance in his heart was too strong and his temper was stubborn. After being defeated by Jalo Jiu, he only wanted to surpass him with his own efforts. It was just that no one understood him. Everyone felt that he had gone astray and was sinking deeper and deeper until he couldn't extricate himself. Jalo Juame had never made any excuses for all of this because he didn't need it. What he needed was to constantly cultivate, become stronger and stronger. In fact, he did it. He successfully merged with the devil bone and became one of the strongest young people in the world. Jalo Jiu, who could defeat him 100 years ago, was probably weaker than him now. For such a young man, Du Xiaofu sincerely admired him. In Jialo Jueme, he also saw a little of his own shadow. Back then, when the old lady recognized him as her grandson, it was precisely because of this. When he was young, he had obtained the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks. From then on, he had risen all the way and formed an indissoluble bond with this clan. Later on, when he entered the golden-winged great rocks, he was recognized as her grandson by the old lady and became the young patriarch, providing him with too much help. It could be said that without the golden-winged great rocks, there would be no Du Xiaofu's achievements today. He was not an ungrateful person. Towards this clan, he truly treated them as his own family. This kind of relationship was no different from the Du family. There was no difference in status. Chapter 2561. In Du Xiaofu's heart, the golden-winged great rocks were his second home. Therefore, even if Jialo Jimmy didn't say it, he would do as he wished and take good care of his grandmother and all the clansmen of the golden-winged great rocks. Jialo Jimmy stared at Du Xiaofu for a long time, feeling the certainty in Du Xiaofu's expression. Then, suddenly, his whole body relaxed, as if he had let out a long sigh of relief. His whole person became extremely relaxed. However, unlike the reaction of his body, Jialo Jimmy's eyes became sharper. A strange power suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, then continued to expand and spread, permeating every place. Everyone only saw a black flame rising from Jialo Jimmy's body. It was ethereal and illusory, looking extremely unreal. The old lady and Jialo Kaling, who were holding Jialo Jimmy's hand, felt a strong corrosive qi constantly drilling into their bodies. This was demonic qi with the aura of decay. "Grandmother, let go of me," Jialo Jimmy said, his arms moving slightly as if he wanted to pull his hand back, not wanting to bring harm to his grandmother and sister. However, the remaining strength in his body was too weak. After a tremor, his hand drooped down powerlessly again. His body seemed to be burning, turning into bursts of demonic qi, steaming out of his body and then enshrouding him. His hair and skin were reducing and dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his whole body was immersed in some kind of corrosive substance. In just a short moment, his body had shrunk by a size. "No, don't." This scene made the old lady cry out again. How could she not see that this was the manifestation of Jialo Jimmy's demonic qi being burned? It could be imagined that it wouldn't be long before his entire body would vanish completely under the devilish flames and be incinerated into ashes. The old lady held her grandson's hand even tighter than before, afraid that if she let go he would be gone. Even the demonic qi that had invaded his body and burned his physical body and beast soul was ignored. She couldn't let go just like that. "Grandmother," Du Xiaofu said worriedly, but he couldn't stop his grandmother. After all, Jialo Jimmy had truly reached the final juncture, and no one was able to reverse the situation. Finally, she would let the old lady take one more look at the grandson she had always missed. "Sister Kailing, let go of Jujio. He doesn't want you to be like this either," Du Xiaofu said softly. Hearing this, Jialo Kaling nodded obediently and retreated to the side. Du Xiaofu slowly raised his palm and placed it flat in front of his chest. A grass-shaped plant condensed in his palm, releasing a vast and profound aura. This stalk of grass was sparkling and translucent. The shape of the grass was like a mushroom, as if it was real. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely powerful aura of life. This was Du Xiaofu's grass of immortality. Under his control, it flew above the old woman's head and poured a steady stream of life force into her body. In addition, a faint glow spread out and covered the surface of the old lady's body, releasing a lustrous glow. The old lady didn't resist and just let Du Xiaofu do what he wanted. In this regard, Jialo Batian, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others were all relieved. With this object, even the power emitted by Jialo Jimmy's burning demon bone couldn't cause harm to their grandmother. When Jalo Jimmy, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, he cast a grateful look at Du Xiaofu. The demon bone in his body was burning, and a terrible burning feeling pervaded the space. Although his physical body's vitality was gradually fading and he couldn't move. But at this time, because of the burning of the demon bone, the power of Jalo Jimmy's soul was increasing at a terrifying speed. The effect was that even his speech became clear. I know you're looking for spiritual thunder. I'll leave this 9 underworld demonic thunder to you. Jalo Jimmy said, his body motionless. When his voice fell, there was a chi-la sound. A black light rushed out of his body, straight into the sky, and a black thunder and lightning shot out from it. Above the sky, black electric arcs spread out. In a short moment, the whole sky was filled with waves of electric light. The scene was extremely terrifying. Soon, dark clouds rolled in between heaven and earth, as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping. The momentum was terrifying. 9 underworld demonic thunder. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had known that Jalo Jimmy had a spiritual thunder and had successfully merged with it. In his plan, in order to deal with the demon god, he would try his best to find the whereabouts of the other spiritual thunders. Sooner or later, he would have a battle with Jalo Jimmy. Today, at the moment of his death, he finally handed over the 9 underworld demonic thunder. There are some things here. Among them are 36 feathers of the true rock. I'll also give them to you. Maybe they won't be of much use to you, but they can bring some use to the other clansmen. Under the control of Jalo Jimmy's mind, a chinkoan pouch floated out and went to Du Xiaofu, who caught it. There were a total of 72 feathers of the true rock. He had 36 of them himself, plus the ones in Jalo Jimmy's hands. These 72 feathers of the true rock came from a Saint Realm expert of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. But as Jalo Jimmy said, they were not of much use to Du Xiaofu at this time. If he refined them a little, they could be regarded as an extraordinary treasure. For people with weak strength, they could be of great use. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Du Xiaofu controlled the grass of immortality to protect the old lady and said softly. Jalo Jimmy nodded with difficulty, and then suddenly a burst of wild laughter burst out from his throat. Ha! Actually, I have always been unconvinced by you, but I have to admit that you are stronger than me. I really want to fight with you again. Jalo Jimmy laughed wildly, his words full of unyielding fighting spirit. At the last moment of his life, his stubborn life was once again revealed. Du Xiaofu! Jalo Jimmy suddenly shouted, calling out Du Xiaofu's name. The demonic flame aura on his body became more and more blazing. His flesh had been burned to nothing, revealing a black skeleton. The steaming flames jumped, releasing a terrifying aura. At this time, he could no longer speak and could only rely on the power of his primordial spirit to roar. As soon as his voice fell, a devilish light suddenly rose from the skeleton. Then a strange power rose between heaven and earth, as if a ghost of the netherworld had awakened, terrifying and peerless. Take my last move. The power of the primordial spirit roared, and in the dark, demonic wasteland, Jalo Jimmy's skeleton stood up. The old lady's palm was broken free, and she turned her head in horror, looking at the skeleton that was rushing towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2562. Jalo Jimmy's body had been burned to ashes, leaving only a set of black bones with black flames pulsating within. The bones were sizzling as they burned. The surface of the bones seemed to be bubbling as they continued to disintegrate, becoming weaker and weaker. However, at this moment, there was an endless ferocious aura emanating from the demonic bones, causing many people to tremble. This aura was actually not much weaker than when he was at his peak. Du Xiaofu stood in place without moving. He just quietly watched the skeleton charge straight towards him. He could feel that although Jalo Jimmy said that he wanted him to take his move, there was no killing intent in it. This move would definitely not cause any harm to him. Then again, Even if Jialo Jimmy really had malicious intentions with his cultivation, he could take it head on. That eerie bone claw was like a god of the netherworld reaching out from hell, wanting to take people's souls. Waves of strange power kept invading. As the bone claw passed through the void, it directly slammed onto Du Xiaofu's chest. However, what was even stranger was that when this attack landed, there were no energy fluctuations. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary palm caressing Du Xiaofu's chest. However, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. His eyes, which were as bright as the sun, suddenly closed tightly. From Jialo Jimmy's demonic bones, there was a strange power fluctuating and continuously entering Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu, Rock Emperor, young patriarch. This scene shocked Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, the general, Jialo Juekong, and the others. All of this happened very quickly. By the time they reacted, Jialo Jimmy's attack had already hit Du Xiaofu. Unexpectedly, Du Xiaofu seemed to be completely indifferent to this and did not take the attack at all. In the end, Du Xiaofu's situation made everyone worried. They were afraid that something would happen to him. "Don't worry. Third young master should be fine," Du Xiaoyao said. He had a profound connection with Du Xiaofu, so he could sense his current state. Moreover, Jialo Jimmy didn't show any malice when he was about to die, so he shouldn't be so ruthless. Everyone looked at each other and stopped talking. Instead, they gathered around Du Xiaofu. In front of Du Xiaofu, Jialo Jimmy's demonic bone had been burned to the point that there wasn't much left. The final energy had all entered Du Xiaofu's body. After a gust of wind blew past, the demonic bone quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness. His devil bone had burned out in the end. Du Xiaofu stood quietly on the icy ground, as if Jialo Jueme had never appeared in front of him. Absolute end. When the old lady, who was half kneeling on the ground, saw this scene, she seemed to have been struck dumb, and her whole body went limp. "Grandma!" Jialo Kai Ling rushed to the old lady's side and hugged her in her arms. The two of them sobbed together. Not long after, Du Xiaofu, who was standing at the side, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! 2 rays of dim light shot out from his eyes. There was a vast and mighty aura of the netherworld. It was as if a god of the underworld had descended. It was strange and terrifying. As time quickly passed, the 2 gazes slowly withdrew, and the dim light also gradually dissipated. However, there was still a demonic aura surging in Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was very mysterious. What happened to Master? Lei Tianhuang's body was surrounded by faint thunder and lightning. He asked naively with a worried tone. The rest of the people were also worried. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would be affected. Just when everyone was worried, Du Xiaofu made his move. His gaze slowly shot towards the sky. There, endless layers of clouds gathered together. Amidst the thunder and lightning, there was a ball of black light that was constantly moving between the clouds. This ball of black light was filled with a terrifying thunderbolt majesty. Strands of lightning constantly spread out from it and struck the void. The sound of thunder was vast and boundless, making the world feel as if it was going to turn people upside down. This black light was the 9 underworld demonic thunder that had originally merged with Jialo Jueme's body. At this time, Jialo Jueme had already passed away, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder had naturally regained its freedom. It was like a naughty child celebrating its freedom. 9 underworld demonic thunder. Jialo Jueme, how thoughtful! Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the ball of black light. The 36 spiritual thunders were all formed by the Du family's ancestor when he fell, and they were scattered in every corner of this world. This was because countless years ago, the ancestor had surpassed the sage realm with the thunder profound and merged with the heavenly Tao. If he could gather all 36 bolts of spiritual lightning and fuse them together, he would have an extremely high chance of obtaining a deeper level of lightning profundity, comprehending the true meaning of laws, and even coming into contact with the ethereal heavenly Tao. But if he didn't have a great opportunity, it was too difficult to gather all the spiritual thunders one by one. His greatest hope was to slowly gather them with the help of Huolei Laozu. However, in order to deal with the demon god, Du Xiaofu had been busy running around and didn't have much time or opportunity to do this. Therefore, he must merge with the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Come with me and merge with the other spiritual thunders. Only then will you have a chance to reappear the Archean divine might. Du Xiaofu's figure rose up and headed towards the 9 underworld demonic thunder. At the same time, several spiritual thunders, such as the silver net soul devouring thunder, the earth-shattering thunder, the golden crow thunder, the great Een sky thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the soul-extinguishing thunder, rushed out of his body, as if they were cheering for the return of their brothers, and jumped towards the 9 underworld demonic thunder. However, the 9 underworld demonic thunder, which seemed to be happily flying through the clouds, suddenly stopped, as if it had sensed some kind of dangerous aura. In the next moment, its speed suddenly soared, and it quickly flew into the distance. It actually wanted to escape. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? Du Xiaofu chuckled and was not in a hurry to chase after it. He knew very well that all the spiritual thunders were extremely extraordinary, and they had developed spiritual intelligence. Therefore, after the 9 underworld demonic thunder regained its freedom, it would definitely not be easily captured by Du Xiaofu. As Du Xiaofu spoke, a strange power erupted from his body. Like invisible ropes, they shot towards the 9 nether demon thunder, trying to bind it. Soon, the 9 underworld demonic thunder's escape movement froze, and it suddenly stopped in the void. Then, the ball of black light flew back at an even faster speed, as if it was attracted by some kind of mysterious force, and returned to Du Xiaofu's side. It was unable to resist at all. Woo, woo, woo! The 3,000 quaking thunder, the great Een sky thunder, the golden crow sky burning thunder, the silver net soul devouring thunder, and the other spiritual thunders happily flew out together, circling and whistling around the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Chapter 2563. Fuse. Du Xiaofu said softly. A mysterious force guided the 9 underworld demonic lightning to his side. Soon, the 9 underworld's devil thunder rushed into his mind's mud-pill palace along with the rest of the lightning bolts. Then, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground. The celestial qi in his god's watchtower circulated continuously as he began to refine the 9 underworld demonic lightning. This, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Lei Tianhuang, and the others were all confused. Since when could spirit lightning be so easily controlled? They all knew that when Du Xiaofu had first fused with the spirit lightning, he had gone through a near-death experience. Maybe it has something to do with Jialo Juexiao. Du Xiaoyao said softly as he stepped forward, surrounded by golden light. Everyone nodded in unison when they heard this, indicating that this was a reasonable deduction. In fact, it was just as he said. Jialo Juexiao's seemingly arrogant actions were in fact channeling the last bit of energy from his demonic bone into Du Xiaofu's body. Thus, Du Xiaofu could borrow demonic power and easily control the 9 underworld demonic lightning. It was also because he saw this point that when Jialo Juexiao charged towards him, Du Xiaofu did not retreat or resist. Instead, he allowed his bone claws to strike his chest. This could be considered the last thing that Jialo Juexiao did for the great golden-winged rocks. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground. Balls of lightning curled around him, carrying with them a majestic aura. As time passed, this aura became more and more vast. Countless thick bolts of lightning spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, releasing a dazzling 7-colored light. It was extremely magnificent. Tongues of lightning flickered and rumbled incessantly. The surrounding space shattered silently. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu seem like a god who controlled lightning, imposing and awe-inspiring. Soon, under the gazes of Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and the others, Du Xiaofu's figure was drowned in the vast lightning. A huge ball of lightning was growing bigger and bigger in the Snow Spirit Mountain. 3,000 trembling thunder, silver sifting soul thunder, great Een sky thunder, and the others all released different colors of light. They intertwined and intertwined with each other, but they fused together in a very harmonious manner. This ball of lightning was like an inflated balloon. It kept expanding until it was over 100 zhang in size before it slowly stopped. Terrifying power filled the air, causing the general, the #1 hero, Mu Jianqin, and the others to feel their hearts palpitate. They were all above the sage realm, but they couldn't remain calm in the face of Du Xiaofu's movements. Let's wait a little longer in case the devil religion takes the opportunity to attack again. With the help of Jialo Juexiao, third young master should be able to completely integrate the 9 underworld devil thunder soon. It won't take much time. Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with golden light as she said so. No hurry. There are still many benefits in the Snow Spirit Mountain. We can search around nearby, Bailey Wuya said as he looked around. On the way here, Du Xiaofu had encountered 2 forces that were almost fighting over the sacred elixirs. Presumably, they could find more treasures like sacred elixirs in other places. Now that the demon god was about to recover all forces, big and small, were plundering resources to improve themselves so that they could have more life-saving means in the great calamity. Therefore, all the benefits in the Snow Spirit Mountain couldn't be missed. I don't know how to open the cave mansion of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint, Lian Qingrong suddenly said as she stared at Zhu Wei's mansion, which was surrounded by swirling snow. It was said that the inheritance of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint was hidden there. But until now, no one had been able to enter and obtain the benefits there. The general, Ghost Child, Lu Limo, Rin Yuan, and the others who had arrived earlier were all here for this opportunity. Because of the devil religion's large-scale arrival, everyone's plan was thwarted. But now they could go in and explore. Serene Snow Heavenly Saint? Feng Wuxia muttered to himself leisurely as he looked at the cave mansion. The Snow Spirit Mountain was located in the Yu Province, and Feng Wuxia was from the Snow Wind City in the Yu Province. He cultivated the Snow Wind Dao. His interest in the inheritance of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint, was above everyone present. Of course, Lian Qingrong, who came from the Great Snow Mountain, was no less eager than him for this inheritance. Let's go. Everyone, let's work together to break this talisman array and go in to explore. As for who can obtain the inheritance of Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint in the end, it will depend on each person's luck. Mu Jianqin said as sword light flashed on his robe embroidered with sword patterns. After saying that, he swung his sword and countless sword light poured out, killing the snowflakes outside the cave mansion. Haha, good. Now that the great calamity is in front of us, everyone is on the same side. Let's not fight for the benefits here. No matter who obtains the final benefits, it will increase our strength. Mu Qinga let out a hearty laugh as her figure flashed and rushed out. Speaking of breaking the talisman array, let me do it. The talisman array set up by Serene Snow, Heavenly Saint, is not simple. All of you get out of the way. Du Xiaoyao's golden robe fluttered as he said indifferently. As he spoke, the snowflakes outside the mansion danced gracefully, but they carried a seemingly gentle yet incomparably fierce aura. Mu Jianqin and Mu Qinga's attacks fell, but they were all covered by the wind and snow in an instant. Then Snowblade shot out, twisting all the attacks into pieces and disappearing into the snowflakes in the sky, not causing the slightest impact. Such a result greatly disappointed Mu Jianqin and Mu Qinga. After the two of them looked at each other, they obediently retreated to the side and looked at Du Xiaoyao. So what if it's a talisman array set up by a heavenly saint? It still can't stop me. Du Xiaoyao's mouth curved into a smile as he said proudly, At the same time, a blazing golden light burst out from his body, turning into an incomparably large red bone, horse-monkey phantom that occupied the void. Roar! The red-bone horse-monkey's roar shook the heavens and earth. Under Du Xiaoyao's control, the huge red-bone horse-monkey phantom rushed out and directly plunged into serene Snow Heavenly Saint's cave mansion. The snowflake talisman array that filled the sky flashed with dense patterns, and small talisman patterns lit up. An ice-cold aura erupted, unceasingly attacking little demon Du's body. But all of this was unable to cause any harm to Du Xiaoyao. The scarlet, demonic horse, monkey's illusory figure quickly entered the flying snow. It was as if it had barged into another space as it disappeared. Everyone looked at the scene in a daze, feeling extremely incredulous. Chapter 2564. Many people had heard of the uniqueness of the red-bone horse, monkey's body, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Du Xiaoyao's actions had really opened their eyes. The talisman array set up by a heavenly saint expert was complete and not broken. For ordinary people, it was very difficult to break such a talisman array. Even those with profound attainments in the Tao of Talismans would have to spend a lot of effort to slowly see through the trick and break the array. However, Du Xiaoyao's performance was so simple and crude. Those who want to come in, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Just as everyone was shocked, Du Xiaoyao's impatient voice came from the talisman array. Then, on the talisman array, formed by the endless flying snow, a gap was suddenly torn open. It was 20 feet wide, enough for several people to enter side by side. From the gap, a biting cold aura of ice and snow rushed out. It was so cold that it made people tremble. Let's go! Mu Jianchen, Feng Wuxia, Mu Qingge, Lian Qingrong, Lu Mingma, and a few dozen other young experts all shouted, and then suddenly flew into the gap. Only Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Bing Luan, Bing Chen, the ancient heaven sect, and the great golden-winged rocks did not enter. In addition, Dai Xingyu, Su Muxin, and the others also stayed outside and did not go in to investigate. Most of them had obtained extraordinary opportunities, and their strength had increased very quickly. The inheritance of heavenly Saint Yoshua was quite biased with their own cultivation method. Even if they really obtained it, it would not be as useful as the others. Moreover, to the great golden-winged rocks, Jialo Jume had just passed away, and the old lady was still immersed in her grief. They were not too interested. Outside the heavenly Saint Manor, after the group of young experts had entered, the gap that was torn open slowly closed, and it returned to its original appearance. There was still wind and snow drifting in the sky, and it seemed peaceful and harmless, even a little beautiful. However, everyone knew that it contained a terrifying killing intent. Little Demon Du, this guy who leaves traces of the wind and plucks the feathers of the goose that passes by. Wherever he goes, isn't it like locusts passing through barren land where not a single blade of grass grows? Who would have thought that they would be so generous this time, willing to let others in to reap the benefits? The sacred array child Zhen Qingchen flipped his wrist and put away the 6 wheels blood-killing array. That Mu Qingge from the Thunder Fortress of the Thunder Prefecture was right. Now that the great calamity is about to arrive, what's the point of distinguishing between us? After all of us only have one goal, and that is to become the demon god. This opportunity should be given to the most suitable person to make the best use of it and bring out the greatest effect. Du Tingxian took a sip of wine and said indifferently, I'm afraid that Du Xiaoyao also knows that the serene snow heavenly Saint Manor is not particularly suitable for him, so he's so generous. On the side, Dai Xingyu curled her rosy little lips, as if she was extremely disdainful of Du Xiaoyao's character. After that, she shot her gaze towards Du Xiaofu, and her eyes were filled with adoration as she said, Let's wait here. I don't know when Brother Xiaofu will be able to refine the 9 underworld demonic thunder. Hearing this, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and the others also looked at the huge lightning ball. Amidst the vast power of the thunder, a purple-robed figure was wrapped in layers of lightning, sitting cross-legged. Several bolts of spiritual thunder emitted different auras. Amidst the domineering yang qi, there was also a ferocious evil qi, which was extremely strange. Bolts of lightning connected to Du Xiaofu's body and went straight to the Niwen Palace in his mind. There, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, which looked exactly like him, was also sitting cross-legged in the void. Several bolts of spiritual thunder, such as the lunar thunder, soul-destroying thunder, and golden crow sky-burning thunder, surrounded the 9 underworld demonic thunder in the most central position. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty, constantly communicating with the 9 underworld demonic thunder, controlling it to merge with the other spiritual thunders step by step. Endless demonic qi spread out, trying to break free from the shackles. However, Du Xiaofu already had the experience of merging multiple spiritual thunders, and his strength was not what it used to be. Moreover, he had the help of Jialo Juliao at the end. No matter how the 9 underworld demonic thunder struggled, it could not break free from the shackles. It could only be gradually controlled and slowly merged with the 3,000 thunder, earth-shattering thunder, and other spiritual thunder. Just like this, time passed by slowly. About 2 hours later, Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in the lightning ball, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Boom! Crack! Crack! 2 seemingly solid eyes shot out, carrying the power of thunder and lightning, piercing through the void. 2 terrifying black holes appeared in front of him and did not disappear for a long time. Then, when such eyes gradually became watery, Du Xiaofu's eyes also regained their clarity. The murderous aura caused by Jialo Juliao was no longer there. 9 underworld demonic thunder. Du Xiaofu's heart moved. Under the control of the power of the primordial spirit, the 9 underworld demonic thunder rushed out from between his eyebrows and stopped in the void in front of him. The jet-black electric light faintly emitted, and small electric tongues swallowed and spat, making a zzz sound. At this time, the 9 underworld demonic thunder was very different from the previous situation. It did not show the terrifying majesty and aura, because at this time it was completely under the control of Du Xiaofu. Without his guidance, the 9 underworld demonic thunder was as docile as an obedient baby. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder whistled and quickly swept to his palm, becoming the size of a palm and jumping on his hand intimately and gently. Du Tingxian and the others outside could not see such a scene. This was because the ball of lightning that Du Xiaofu had released had yet to dissipate. I wonder where the rest of the spiritual thunder is. Holding the 9 underworld demonic thunder in his hand, Du Xiaofu murmured. His eyes were a little dazed, and there was extreme worry. Until now, the spiritual thunder he had only obtained was the silver net soul-swallowing thunder, the earth-shattering thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, the golden crow sky-burning thunder, the moon sky thunder, the soul-divine thunder, and the 9 underworld demonic thunder. When the ancestor died, a total of 36 spiritual thunders were scattered in the world. If he slowly collected the remaining 29 spiritual thunders at this speed, he did not know how many years and how much effort it would take. Huilei, Laozu, Fui Bai, and the others had once told him that only the people of the Du family with lightning martial veins could have the hope of fusing with all the spiritual thunders and reach the height of the Du family ancestor in the primordial age. Only then would they have the strength to fight against the demon god. Otherwise, the final outcome of this world would probably be a vast sea of blood and suffering. One must know that that was a demon god who lived by killing. Even the masters of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god, who had joined forces and traversed countless worlds, could not kill him. Chapter 2565. If he waited until the demon god fully recovered, he would definitely set off a bloody storm. Even if all the living beings in this world worked together, they would not be a match for him alone. Not to mention, He had the 9 great demon emperors and the entire devil religion under his command. Relying on the endless slaughter and nourishment of blood, the demon god would only become stronger and stronger. At that time, even if the masters of the 3,000 worlds and the dragon god came again, they would not be able to do anything to the demon god. At most, they would only chase after him like in the primordial age, but they would not be able to kill him. One had to know that in this world, the Du family ancestor who had merged with the heavenly Tao was long gone, so no one could control the demon god. Thinking about it carefully, the final result was really terrifying. Phew! It's time to make a trip to the demon realm. Du Xiaofu exhaled and threw those annoying matters to the back of his mind. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, things had to be done one by one. Even if the fiend celestial was peerlessly terrifying and came with a terrifying calamity, Du Xiaofu would not shrink back. Most of the living beings in this world would not watch the demon god wreak havoc and turn the entire world into a demon realm. The most important thing now was to unite all the forces and twist them into a rope to deal with the devil religion and avoid the awkward situation of fighting alone. The Kyushu, dragons, phoenixes, ancient wasteland continent, and the beast region were all under his control. There were not many variables. Everyone was working together to resist the devil religion. In addition, with Du Xiaolin's existence, the beasts of Tianhuang continent would also be under the desolate country's command. The most unsettling thing was the 9 great families' legalism, school of famous families, and school of vertical and horizontal. He did not know what kind of trouble they would cause. However, this matter could not be rushed. Most of the 9 divine lightning cauldrons were still in the hands of the devil religion, so Du Xiaofu had no way to command them. Therefore, he could only make a trip to the demon realm and rope in the forces there to resist the calamity together. Oh, right, I almost forgot about you. Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Under the control of his mind, the 9 underworld demonic thunder drilled into his glabella and disappeared. Then he waved his wrist lightly, and a black hole appeared in front of him. With a flash, the purple-robed figure entered it. The black hole slowly closed. In the outside world, after losing the support of Du Xiaofu, the lightning ball quickly dissipated, revealing an empty void. Where's Xiaofu? Where's he? Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Jalobatian, and the others watched as the lightning dissipated, but they did not see Du Xiaofu's figure. This caused everyone to be astonished. It's fine. Let's wait a little longer. Zhen Qingchen was stunned for a moment before he said with a chuckle. He knew Du Xiaofu well. He would never leave without saying goodbye. There was only one possibility left. He must have entered the desolate ancient space. Since he did this, he must have a motive. It was better to wait and see. The truth was just as he had expected. Du Xiaofu had entered the desolate ancient space. The moment he entered, he felt 2 gazes looking at him. Dragon, desolate ancestor, how have you been doing here? Du Xiaofu gently shook his robes as he walked forward and asked. What he saw was the dragon, desolate ancestor, who had transformed into a green-robed old man. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. During the battle at Tianwu Academy, half of his old face had been sent flying by Du Xiaofu's slap. Right now, his injuries had yet to fully recover. A piece of mangled flesh hung on his face, and his bones were exposed. It looked indescribable. Du Xiaofu, if you want to kill me or cut me up, do as you please. Just don't lock me up here like a criminal. The dragon, desolate ancestor opened his mouth. His words seemed to be a little weak and exhausted. However, his tone was still as unyielding as ever. Don't worry, I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. Du Xiaofu laughed, shook his sleeves, and said, there was no need to guess. During the period of time that the dragon desolate ancestor was locked in the desolate ancient space, he must have thought of many ways to break through the restrictions here and escape. What disappointed him was that with his strength as a sage, no matter what he did, he couldn't shake this space in the slightest. In the end, After exhausting all of his mental and physical strength, he could only unwillingly give up and accept his fate. "You won't kill me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who will believe your nonsense?" The dragon desolate ancestor was stunned when he heard this, and looked at him in disbelief. The enmity between the two of them had long since been formed, and it had accumulated to an extremely deep level. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no room for negotiation. If he was the one who captured Du Xiaofu, he would definitely not let him live. Therefore, although the dragon desolate ancestor was puzzled, he did not have much hope in his heart. He really thought that Du Xiaofu would let him live, unless Du Xiaofu's brain was damaged and he was kicked by some Sky Saint stage demon beast. "I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you." As Du Xiaofu spoke, he waved his arm, and a large number of talisman runes flew out, wrapping around the dragon desolate ancestor. A terrifying aura instantly spread out, filling the entire desolate ancient space. At the same time, a strange wave of energy spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the dragon desolate ancestor to feel extreme fear. "Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do?" The dragon desolate ancestor's heart trembled as he felt that something was amiss. With a flash of his body, he quickly flew into the distance, not daring to look back. He instinctively sensed the dangerous aura, and even his beast spirit was trembling violently. Du Xiaofu said that he would not kill him, but what he was going to do next was definitely more terrifying than letting him die. "Why are you running?" "I really won't kill you. I just need to place some imprints on your body and become my servant, so that you won't bring me any more trouble," Du Xiaofu said unhurriedly. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and without even activating the great rock wings, he caught up to the dragon desolate ancestor's footsteps. He had originally planned to refine the dragon desolate ancestor into a puppet for his own use. However, as long as it was a puppet, even if it was directly refined from a living person, its power would be limited by its original strength and would be fixed. If he used the beast controlling technique to set up the blood soul seal, there would be room for growth in the future, and it would also not cause any danger to his master. This method was more suitable. Although this desolate ancient space is large, it is completely under my control. Where can you escape to?" Du Xiaofu said indifferently as his hands quickly formed seals. Very quickly, the blood soul seal appeared. That strange aura became even more vast, causing the fleeing dragon desolate ancestor to feel a deep sense of fear. However, in this desolate ancient space, no matter how hard he tried to escape, he was still unable to escape Du Xiaofu's control. Chapter 2566. Under the control of Du Xiaofu's will, the mysterious energy in the desolate ancient space surged and swept towards the dragon desolate patriarch. He was unable to unleash his cultivation of the sage stage and could only be manipulated by Du Xiaofu. Roar! The roar of a beast shook the void. A burst of golden light shone brightly, covering the two figures, causing the dragon desolate patriarch to feel a burning pain in his eyes. Following that, when his gaze pierced through the light, he could see a huge red-bone horse, monkey entrenched in front of him. He knew that this was the manifestation of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It carried an incomparably domineering aura, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to resist. As the golden light bloomed, Du Xiaofu's palm also reached out and directly pressed on the dragon desolate patriarch's head. This was not the first time he had set up the blood soul seal. He was already familiar with it and did not feel the slightest bit awkward. As the power flowed, the dragon desolate patriarch's consciousness gradually became blurry. However, his body was still twitching and trembling, instinctively resisting. However, the commotion slowly weakened until it finally stopped. Du Xiaofu used the beast-controlling technique, and strange runes were engraved on the dragon desolate patriarch's primordial spirit, finally forming the blood soul seal. "It's done!" After a long time, Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh of relief. The golden light that filled the sky gradually dissipated, and the palm retracted. The two figures also appeared. Master! The dragon desolate patriarch bowed, lowered his head, and said respectfully to Du Xiaofu, as expected of a sage stage expert, even setting up the blood-soul seal took a lot of effort. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, feeling a trace of exhaustion in his mind. However, the final result made him feel very gratified. With such a powerful 8 desolation demonic dragon as a servant, it would be a great help to the entire desolate country. The only thing that gave him a bad impression was the half of his face that he had slapped away. It looked very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this was not a puppet. As the dragon desolate ancestor cultivated, it would not take too long for it to recover. His strength would once again return to its peak state. I'll just call you Desolate Dragon from now on. Let's get out of here. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the desolate ancient space opened, connecting to the outside world. The dragon wasteland ancestor followed closely behind him. The two of them flew out together and appeared in a frozen snow spirit mountain. Xiaofu, young patriarch, brother. As soon as Du Xiaofu appeared, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Jialo Juyu, Dai Xingyu, and the others quickly surrounded him. However, the arrival of the dragon wasteland ancestor caused everyone to be stunned for a moment before they suddenly erupted with intense hostility. All of them were on guard as they stared at him closely. Don't worry, the desolate dragon will be one of us from now on. Du Xiaofu raised his hand to stop the crowd from overreacting and briefly explained. Many people did not understand what was going on, but after hearing this, most of them smiled confidently. Many people knew about Du Xiaofu's beast-controlling technique. However, they still could not believe that the dragon wasteland ancestor from the ancient desolate continent would actually become Du Xiaofu's servant. One had to know that his strength was terrifying. In the entire world, he was one of the strongest. At the very least, among the people present, only Du Xiaofu could defeat him. Even Beiluan Bingqin and the ancestor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, who had walked out of the eternal tomb, did not dare to say that they were stronger than the dragon wasteland ancestor. Has the serene snow heavenly saints cave opened? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the field. He discovered that many of the figures from before were no longer here. Moreover, although the outside of the cave was isolated by a talisman array, under the prying of his scarlet pheasant monkey's primordial spirit, he could still detect a trace of abnormal fluctuations. Even without guessing, one could tell that those people who were no longer present must have entered that place. Haha! Du Xiaoyao suddenly changed his temperament and brought the general and the others in. Sacred Array, child Jinqing Chun said with a smile. Then why are there still so many people who haven't entered? Du Xiaofu looked at Jinqing Chun in confusion. Logically speaking, the inheritance of the serene snow heavenly saint was extremely extraordinary. There was no reason not to fight for it. Let that group of youngsters fight for the opportunities there. Us old fellows won't get involved. Anyway, no matter who gets it in the end, it can increase the strength of the battle against the demon god. Du Tingxian took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu could not help but nod. After thinking for a while, he agreed. Most people here were not skilled in the Tao of Ice. Only Feng Wuxia and Lian Qingrong had dabbled in it. They were the most suitable successors of the serene, snow, heavenly saint's inheritance. After a while, he said, Then we don't have to wait here. Go to your own things. Du Xiaofu turned to look at the Dragon Wilderness ancestor who was standing respectfully behind him and said, Dragon Wilderness, stay here and wait for them to come out. Then, return to the desolate country and guard the stone city with Han Ji. We'll talk about the rest when I come back. What are your plans next? Du Tingxian asked. I have to go to the demon realm immediately. There's no time to delay. Du Xiaofu's gaze was unhurried and filled with worry. Hearing this, everyone understood his plan and fell silent. They all looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes full of anticipation. Now, all of this young man's actions were to prepare for the great calamity. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy. In short, be careful. Du Tingxian looked at his monkey and reminded softly. I will. Du Xiaofu nodded and then added, send someone to send a message to Hulei Laozu. I'll wait for him in the demon realm. I still need his help to find the remaining 29 spiritual thunders. Okay. Du Tingxian nodded. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment, then turned and walked in the direction of the golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Batian, Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juekong, and the old lady were all there. After everyone's consolation, the old lady's emotions had calmed down a lot. However, her old eyes were still turbid and her expression was gloomy. It was obvious that she was still heartbroken over the passing of Jialo Juekong. Grandmother, Du Xiaofu held the old lady's arm and comforted her. Juekong was able to turn back in the end. It means that he still has you and the rest of the clan in his heart. Don't be too sad. Child, don't worry. I'll be fine. Although Juekong is gone, I still have you. The old lady squeezed out a smile and touched Du Xiaofu's head as she spoke. Du Xiaofu nodded vigorously. Seeing his grandmother's appearance, he couldn't help but feel sad. After saying a few more words, he bid farewell to the old lady and everyone else. Let's go. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked into the infinite distance with a burning expression. Let's go to the demon realm. Chapter 2567. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, his figure slowly faded away in the void as he broke through space and disappeared. Third young master, wait for me. At this moment, a voice came from the serene, heavenly saint's cave. Immediately after, a dazzling golden light burst out from within and instantly broke through the obstruction of the outer array. Like a flying divine sword, it quickly chased in the direction Du Xiaofu disappeared. The golden light had just appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked the distant horizon and then disappeared. What is Du Xiaoyao trying to do? Zhan Qingchuan's charming face couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. The demon realm, that's a place that very rarely appears before people, and it's also very rare to hear of the people and deeds there. I presume that there are many fortuitous encounters hidden there. With little demon Du's personality of seizing every opportunity, how could she not go and join in the fun? Du Tingxian slowly paced 2 steps and said with a smile, the demon realm is probably more complicated than we thought. I hope Xiaofu can get a satisfactory result this time. Zhen Qingchun said with a slightly worried expression. For most people, the demon realm only existed in legends. The creatures there were all sentient beings born from all things in the world and were extremely powerful. It could be said that the overall strength of the demon realm could not compare to all the races in this world combined. However, those beings that could become sentient were definitely not simple. If an ordinary person entered the demon realm, if they were not careful, their life would be in danger. Not to mention, there might be some strange, secret places that contained endless dangers. The world will no longer be peaceful. The demon realm is not a place we're familiar with, and we have not had any dealings with the demon spirits. Also, we don't know if the devil religion will have designs on that place. Du Tingxian was also faintly worried about Du Xiaofu going alone. They had not seen many demon spirits. The only ones they knew were the Purple Lotus Fairy and Hongyue. Of course, Hulei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang were considered demon spirits, but their origins were extraordinary. Lei Tianhuang even gained sentience not long ago. Presumably, they did not have any connection with the demon realm. In addition, there was Du Xiaoyao, the monkey that jumped out of a stone. However, he had always been by Du Xiaofu's side, so it was even more impossible for him to know anything about the demon realm. Send a message to Huilei Laozu. We have to speed up the rest. We must stop the devil religion at all costs, Qing Chun said. Qing Chun said, if we can help Xiaofuz, then we can't let him carry all the pressure. We can't let him carry all the pressure alone. Gu gu gu, Qingyang said. Time slowly passed, and 10 days of time had quietly passed without anyone noticing. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao walked through the space tunnel. In these 10 days, they did not stop and walk towards the direction of the demon realm. In fact, not many people knew the specific location of the demon realm. Du Xiaofu had only heard Huilei Laozu mention the approximate location. For an old monster like Flames Park who had lived since the ancient times, it was not surprising that he knew about this. Boss, how long until we reach the demon realm? In the space tunnel, Du Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with golden light as she looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, it should be soon. 10 days should have been enough for us to cross this realm. But the demon realm is really too far away, and it is in a special space. It can be considered a real independent realm, so it took a lot of time. Du Xiaofu said with a light smile with one hand behind his back. Sure enough, not much time had passed before he came to a stop in the spatial tunnel. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaoyao also stopped and used her powerful, primordial spirit to spy on the outside world. Both of them had discovered something unusual. Let's go down and take a look. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed slightly as he said to Du Xiaoyao. As their voices fell, the two of them also rushed out of the space tunnel and appeared in a vast mountain range. This was an incomparably vast place. Countless mountain ranges rose up and down. Looking from the sky, it was extremely spectacular. In this mountain range, there are countless towering trees rooted in it. As if they had survived from ancient times, each of them was extremely thick and tall, like a primitive forest. In this forest, there were many powerful demon beasts walking through it, and there were also a large number of spiritual herbs. Spiritual qi filled every corner, making it much easier for people to breathe. However, to the current Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, spiritual herbs were not very attractive to them. Only sacred herbs could arouse their interest. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao landed, and waves of ancient and vicissitudes of life rushed towards them. However, what was different from ordinary forests was that there were strange fluctuations in the space here. If it was an ordinary expert here, it would be very difficult for them to notice this. However, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao were not ordinary people. One of them had the primordial spirit of a red-bone horse monkey, while the other had the body of a red-bone horse monkey. In the eyes of other experts, those extremely powerful talisman arrays could not stop them, not to mention some of the spatial fluctuations here. They could not escape the perception of their powerful primordial spirits. This must be the entrance to the demon realm. Du Xiaofu's body crossed and entered the mountain range. He stood at the top of a towering tree and said, just a few dozen miles in front of him, there was a place where there seemed to be imperceptible wrinkles in the space. Occasionally, there would be waves of ripples spreading out. However, if one did not observe carefully, they would not be able to notice such movements. Needless to say, behind the distorted space, it was very likely that there was another place. According to what Flames Park said, there was a great possibility that it was the entrance to the demon realm. Let's go, I can't wait any longer. Du Xiaoyao did not care about what Du Xiaofu was thinking and directly rushed over. The demon realm was different from other places. Places that could give birth to spiritual intelligence were definitely treasures. One could imagine that in an existence where all living things were formed by all things, there must be many strange places where one could obtain many opportunities. This guy is really a scourge. It seems that the demon realm is going to suffer. Du Xiaofu cursed softly and chased after him with a smile. He was also curious about what kind of place the demon realm was, since it was able to form a space of its own and produce so many demon spirits. It was easy to imagine how extraordinary it was. The two of them, one in front and one behind, flew above a huge tree. Their bodies bloomed with an intense light that was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2568. A ferocious aura swept across the area, like a strong gust of wind blowing through the treetops and branches. Two rays of golden light bloomed in the sky, like two large suns hanging in the sky. The golden light that filled the sky sprinkled down, dyeing the nearby ancient forest a golden color. A vast pressure emanated from Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. The nearby monsters all prostrated themselves on the ground, roaring and kowtowing in their direction, feeling uneasy. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, one used the red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit, and the other revealed her true body. One in front and one behind, they plunged into the area where the spatial ripples were located. A huge resistance came, creating a strong sense of rejection for the two. The pressure was like a tidal wave, as if it wanted to slap them away and stop their movements. But to these two, this kind of power was not enough to stop them. After the two giant red-bone horse monkeys each let out an earth-shaking roar, the spatial ripples emitted a violent wave. Then, the golden light that filled the sky suddenly disappeared, and the two figures disappeared. In this ancient forest, it was as if no one had ever appeared. The entire mountain range also regained its silence. All the demonic beasts looked around in fear and trepidation. Then, they spread their legs and fled into the distance in panic. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao broke through the spatial barrier, and their figures appeared in a space that was very different from the outside world. Is this the demon realm? The spiritual energy here is so dense, Du Xiaoyao said as she sniffed. When the two of them stepped into this place, they felt as if the spiritual energy had materialized and rushed towards them. On their bodies, it was as if every pore was about to open, breathing happily. Even the Xian-Qi in their God's Watchtower was circulating faster than usual. This kind of density was much denser than any other space they had been to before. The three continents are Kyushu Realm, and the Kyushu Realm can be considered a whole world. The other 5 places can be considered independent spaces. Since this place is called the Demon Realm, there must be something special about it. And to be able to make all living things develop intelligence, it must rely on the support of abnormally dense spiritual energy. Therefore, it's reasonable that the Demon Realm is blessed by the heavens. Du Xiaofu said with narrowed eyes. There weren't many demon spirits that he had truly come into contact with. Although he had killed quite a few in the past, those were all considered weak existences. The ones he was most familiar with were Violet Lotus Fairy and Rainbow Moon. What a great place! There must be treasures here. Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with a green light, and the power of her primordial spirit spread out in all directions. For such a unique world to be able to produce such a large number of demon spirits, there was no need to think about it. There must be an incredible treasure hidden within. Don't just think about treasures. Our purpose here is to draw the demon realm to our side to fight against the demon god. I also don't know which forces the demon spirits here belong to, and who I should look for. Du Xiaofu said, but he was worried. If the forces of the demon realm were too complex, it would be a situation of 8 forces competing for hegemony. Then it would not be easy for him to achieve his goal. If he were to subdue them one by one, it would take too much time. And if the entire demon realm was unified, then he only needed to persuade the highest authority, and he could easily achieve the result he wanted. Let's go. Let's see what kind of place this is. I hope the situation isn't too complicated. Du Xiaofu rushed out and quickly swept into the distance. Du Xiaoyao's face also became serious, as if she felt Du Xiaofu's mood and began to treat it seriously. Hey, boss, there are some demon spirits ahead. In the process of moving forward, Du Xiaoyao's eyes turned and said to Du Xiaofu, "Oh, their cultivation doesn't seem to be too strong. Let's go take a look and inquire about the situation here." Du Xiaofu also discovered that there was a vast and messy mountain forest not far away. In the mountain forest, weeds and shrubs were overgrown, and it was incomparably messy. At the same time, there was a strange fluctuation, which was the aura of living creatures. This aura was different from the aura of humans and beasts, and it had a natural charm. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao could sense that there were many giant trees and shrubs growing there. But the fluctuations that they emitted made it easy for the two of them to determine that these were demon spirits. There were both tree demons and vine spirits, and they existed in their original forms. Based on the aura, they knew that the cultivation of these demon spirits was not high. The most powerful one was equivalent to a human martial emperor. Among the demon spirits, they should be called demon emperors. With this kind of cultivation, they could already transform into a human. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao flew down and entered the forest. Hey, someone's coming. The tree demons and vine spirits were slightly surprised by the arrival of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, and their soul power fluctuated. Young man, which demon spirit are you from? What are you here for? A hoarse voice came from a tree about 10 feet thick, and it spoke human language to Du Xiaofu. Everyone, I'm from the outside world, and I'm just passing by. I have no intention of disturbing you, and I just want to inquire about some things. Du Xiaofu cupped his hands towards the surroundings and said. He and Du Xiaoyao both retracted their auras, not wanting to make these demon spirits feel fear. The purpose of his visit was to find out the situation of the forces in the demon realm, and he did not want to waste any time here. He wouldn't have any enmity towards these weak demon spirits. However, Du Xiaofu's words caused many of the trees and shrubs in the surroundings to shake violently. Exclamations of surprise sounded, and it was obvious that they were shocked. From the outside world, you're not a demon spirit? The branches and leaves of the tree that spoke earlier shook violently, and then the whole earth shook with a rumble. Then a burst of green light flashed, and the tree disappeared from where it was. An old man with shriveled skin appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. There was no white hair on his head, but green leaves. There were lines on his neck, like a circle of bark wrapped around it. That's right, I'm from the human race. I came to the demon realm with no hostility. I just want to inquire about the situation here. Please tell me. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him and said, Human race. You're actually from the human race. How could a human enter our demon realm? The old man's expression was a little shocked, and he looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao in disbelief. He had lived for many years, so he naturally knew the uniqueness of the demon realm. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a human to enter the demon realm. Even the demon realm experts couldn't break through the space barrier outside. Unless a demon saint expert made a move, then they could freely travel through there. But these two young men in front of him actually said that they were from the outside world. Then wouldn't their cultivation be quite terrifying? Chapter 2569. Translator. H2DH2. Mr. the Old Man was shocked by the strength of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. To be able to break through the outer space barrier of the demon realm meant that their strength was no less than that of a demon saint. It was no wonder that they were able to detect the existence of these people. In this entire ancient forest, there are countless trees and shrubs, but there were only a handful of demon spirits. If someone of ordinary cultivation came in, they would not be able to tell that they had gained spiritual intelligence. Sirs, what do you want to know? As long as this old man knows, I will tell you everything. The old man cupped his hands and bowed to Du Xiaofu, his tone becoming much more polite. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, This is our first time here. I wonder if you can tell us where the strongest forces in the demon realm are and where they are located. Please lead the way. I would like to pay them a visit. The old man was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he found it difficult to speak, as if he had some concerns. The moment this young man opened his mouth, he said that he wanted to pay a visit to the strongest people in the demon realm. This shocked him. How strong must the two people standing in front of him be to dare to say such a thing? However, this kind of shock only lasted for a short moment. The green leaf on top of the old man's head shook as he adjusted his emotions and said, "The demon realm is vast. This old man's strength is weak, and I don't know how big it is. I don't know much about those high and mighty experts. I only know that almost all the demon spirits in the demon realm are under the control of the Demon Saint Temple, and the Demon Saint Temple is in the ancestral Demon Mountain." Demon Saint Temple? Ancestral Demon Mountain? Du Xiaofu silently repeated these two names and did not say anything. His gaze was still fixed on the old man, waiting for him to continue. "I heard that the two strongest ancestors in the Demon Saint Temple are called the Heavenly Demon Ancestor and the Earth Demon Ancestor. Their cultivation is heavenly. It is said that they have already reached the peak of this realm. Everyone in the demon realm knows of the names of these two. Of course, the exact height of that realm is not something that a mere demon emperor like me can understand." The old man looked up at the sky and sighed. There was a look of longing on his aged face. Heaven Demon Old Ancestor, Earth Demon Old Ancestor, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. After exchanging a glance with Du Xiaoyao, he asked again, "Do you know what the true forms of the Heaven Demon Ancestor and the Earth Demon Ancestor are?" "I don't know. I've only heard that the sacred demon palace has always been managed by the Earth Demon Old Ancestor. As for the Sky Demon Old Ancestor, it seems that he hasn't appeared for many years. It seems that he has been alive for much longer than this old man," the old man said. Du Xiaofu nodded, not doubting the old man's words. With his strength in the demon emperor realm, there were many things that he could not pry into. As for the Heaven Demon Ancestor and the Earth Demon Ancestor, he would know once he saw them. He thought for a moment and asked the old man, "Where is the ancestral demon mountain? How can we get there?" "I don't know the exact location of the ancestral demon mountain, but I know its approximate location. From here to the northwest, it's at least hundreds of thousands of miles away. The demon spirits that you can meet along the way will become more and more powerful. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find out more about it when the time comes." The old man bowed to Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. "Hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's really quite far." Du Xiaoyao smacked her lips and said. However, he didn't care too much. With his and Du Xiaofu's strength, it wouldn't take too long to cross such a distance. Du Xiaofu lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Old man, in the demon realm, besides the sacred demon palace, are there any other forces that are on par with it?" According to what the old man had said, it seemed that the sacred demon palace was the strongest force. If that was the case, then the process of his trip would be much simpler. As long as he found the Heaven Demon Ancestor and persuaded them, it was equivalent to persuading the entire demon realm. This was what Du Xiaofu wanted to see the most. The old man licked his dry lips and said to Du Xiaofu, "My lord, although the sacred demon palace is the strongest force in the demon realm, it is not without opponents. As far as I know, there is a man named Blackwater Monarch who occupies the Blackwater River, which is millions of miles south of the sacred demon palace. He has always been against the sacred demon palace. However, the overall strength of the Blackwater River should be much worse than that of the sacred demon palace. It is just occupying a corner of the Blackwater River. It is difficult for the sacred demon palace to destroy it." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu understood. Such a situation did not make Du Xiaofu feel worried or anything like that. According to the old man's words, the sacred demon palace almost unified the entire demon realm. No matter how strong the Blackwater River was, they could only rely on dangerous places to deal with the sacred demon palace. But they did not have the ability to be tough. Of course, this Blackwater Monarch was not a simple person. The heavenly demon ancestor of the Holy Demon Temple had not appeared for many years, but he could rely on the Blackwater River and the heavenly demon ancestor to lead the entire Holy Demon Temple, which could be regarded as the enemy of half of the demon world. Just from this courage alone, it could be seen that he was not an easy person to deal with. "Boss, do you think we should help the sacred demon palace deal with the Blackwater River, or help the Blackwater River deal with the sacred demon palace?" Du Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said. His meaning was very simple. If they helped one side and took down the other side, then they would have a bargaining chip. At that time, the entire demon realm would be truly unified. If they wanted to win them over to fight against the devil religion, there would be less resistance. We'll talk about it later. Let's go in the direction of the sacred demon palace first. Du Xiaofu said, then clasped his fist to the old man and said, "Thank you for telling us this. We won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Take care." The old man bowed to send them off. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's figures slowly faded in the void, and then disappeared from the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. The old man just stood there as he watched the scene unfold. After a long time, when he was sure that the purple-robed and golden-robed young man had really left, the old man finally turned his gaze to a fine-leaved vine not far away and said, "Ting-Nine, quickly go to Qingshan City and report what happened here today to the city lord. These two young people from the outside world are really not simple. The demon realm has been peaceful for too long. I hope that their arrival will not cause a big disturbance." Chapter 2570. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao traveled in the direction that the old man had told them, heading towards the sacred demon palace. More than a day had passed, which was the evening of the second day they had entered the demon realm. They had already traveled quite a distance. It was also at this moment that the two of them stopped at the same time and emerged from the void tunnel, hovering in the void. This was because, not far in front of the two of them, there was a rather majestic city standing quietly in their line of sight. Who would have thought that the demon spirits of the demon realm would actually build a city like humans? Du Xiaofu looked at the huge city gate and was secretly surprised. The thick city wall looked like a complete piece of huge rock. The wall was smooth and there were no gaps at all. A huge doorway had been hollowed out, hundreds of feet high, allowing people to enter and exit. At this moment, there were many living creatures entering and exiting in an endless stream. These living creatures had all sorts of strange appearances. Some had roots on the soles of their feet, some had spikes on their arms, and some had pitch-black stones on their foreheads. One could tell at a glance that these living creatures were all demon spirits. After transforming into human form, they still retained a part of their original appearance. "Boss, let's go take a look. Maybe there's something good in the cities of the demon realm." Du Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with a golden light as she looked hopefully at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let's go take a look. We can also find out if the information we received earlier is accurate." Du Xiaofu nodded and said with a smile. He knew Du Xiaoyao's personality very well. She was extremely passionate about treasures and the like. It was not easy to come across a demon spirit city. If he did not go in and take a look around, he would not give up. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also had other considerations. The old man, transformed from the huge tree, was indeed a little weak in terms of cultivation. The accuracy of the information he provided was difficult to determine. Why not make some more inquiries in this city? After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he took the lead and headed towards the city gate. Seeing this, Du Xiaoyao followed closely behind. The two of them landed in front of the city gate and walked on foot. One demon spirit after another brushed past them. Their arrival did not attract much attention. Du Xiaoyao, who had jumped out of the rock, was originally a demon spirit. After Du Xiaofu concealed his aura, no one could tell that he was a human. Spirit Spring. Sell the spirit spring we found in the Luo Duan Mountains for cheap. Brother, I'm selling high-grade spirit herbs. Come and take a look. I'm here to take a look. As soon as Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao walked into the city, they felt as if they had walked into a human market. The roadside was crowded with stalls, and there were also some high-end shops on the side of the street. All kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. At the same time, there were also many demon spirits coming and going. They stopped at various places to look, and when they found something suitable, they would exchange it with corresponding items. "Is this really the demon realm?" Du Xiaoyao said in a daze. The scene here seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. It is indeed a little unexpected. However, there are really good things here, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. He looked at the items on the side of the street one by one and realized that some of them were really extraordinary. If it was for a human of the martial field or below, it would be of great use to them. However, to the two of them, it was clearly not enough. Du Xiaofu looked for a while and felt a little disinterested. He slowly retracted his gaze. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept past the end of the street, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Du Xiaofu exclaimed and looked at the deepest part of the street. There sat an old man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. Different from most people, this old man's arms looked like they were woven out of thin vines. At a glance, one could tell that his body was a green vine. However, what interested Du Xiaofu was not the old man himself, but an item on the ground in front of him. It was a stone the size of a wash basin. It was black and looked like a lump of coal. At first glance, it looked very ordinary. It was also because of this that no one stopped in front of the old man's stall. All of the demon spirits took a quick glance and walked away without a care in the world. Looking at the stone, Du Xiaofu's heart could not help but start to beat violently. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter this thing here. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he quickly walked towards the old man. "Boss, are you stupid? That's just a broken stone. At most, it's a material that can be used to refine trash spirit artifacts. What's there to look at?" Du Xiaoyao did not understand. Seeing Du Xiaofu's unusually excited expression, he could not help but shout. Du Xiaofu ignored him and walked in front of the old man, grabbing the stone in his hand. But before he had the time to carefully examine it, an extremely arrogant voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. "Old fart, I want this broken stone. Name a price." Du Xiaofu turned around and saw a short young man walking to his side. This young man's human form was very normal. His eyes, ears, hands, and feet were all the same as a human's. The only thing that could show the characteristics of his original body was the hair that was made of willow branches. However, that face had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. It was extremely wretched. Coupled with his arrogant expression, it made people feel an indescribable disgust. As the young man spoke, a small hand reached out and directly grabbed the stone in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was obvious that he had forcefully snatched it away. "You want to snatch something from me? Don't you know the rule of first come, first served?" Du Xiaofu's right arm shook slightly and easily dodged the young man's palm. He saw through the young man's strength and body at a glance. It was just a willow tree at the demon venerable realm. This kind of cultivation might be enough to dominate a region. With the young man's age, he must be a direct disciple of some large force. However, Du Xiaofu did not need to pay attention to this at all. Today he was determined to obtain this unprepossessing stone. This was because when he saw the stone he felt a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Du Xiaofu felt it immediately. It carried a trace of the aura of the spiritual thunder. It was extremely difficult to detect. Even Du Xiaoyao thought it was an ordinary stone. Yes, it was the aura of a spiritual thunder that he had never seen before. It was very likely that the place where this stone came from was the place where the spiritual thunder was. He now had 7 spiritual thunders in his body. He was more sensitive to such aura than anyone else. If not, he would not have been able to discover the extraordinariness of this stone at a glance. Chapter 2571. Du Xiaofu's words made the willow-haired young man's face darken. The old man sitting on the ground had been happy that someone had finally taken a fancy to his stone, but in the blink of an eye, a dispute had broken out. He agreed with what the purple-robed young man had said. But just as he was about to chime in, he saw the willow-haired young man's face clearly. In a split second, his expression became aghast, and he swallowed his words back into his stomach. He could only open his mouth, unable to say a single word. "Kid, don't you know what kind of place this Jade Willow City is? How dare you talk to me about the rules of first come, first served?" The willow-haired young man glared at Du Xiaofu and said coldly. His nostrils were in the air, as if they could grow to his forehead, and he had an arrogant look on his face. These words made Du Xiaofu raise his eyebrows involuntarily. Needless to say, this young man must be another rich second generation. Relying on his family's influence and his own strength, he was used to being bossy and domineering in front of outsiders. Du Xiaofu was not in the mood to reason with such a person. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, he would just directly teach him a lesson. However, before he could do anything, Du Xiaoyao on the side exploded first. "What the fuck are you? How dare you hoot in front of me?" As Du Xiaoyao spoke, he leaped forward and moved extremely quickly, directly lifting the willow-haired young man up by his collar. Then, before the young man could react, he waved his arm and threw him out fiercely. After a loud rumble, rocks flew into the air, smoke and dust rose everywhere. A human-shaped hole appeared on the city wall in the distance, penetrating from the inside out. However, the city wall did not collapse, and there were not even cracks on the wall. It could be seen that Du Xiaoyao's control of his force had reached a marvelous level. This scene shocked everyone on the street, and the old man on the side was no exception. However, only Du Xiaofu knew that Du Xiaoyao had already been extremely merciful. If he was willing, with that young man's cultivation, little demon, Du could easily crush him to death with a single finger. Some people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They're really tired of living. Du Xiaoyao curled her thin lips and muttered. Her eyes did not even look in that direction. Du Xiaofu smiled, not minding these things. He turned to look at the old man formed from the green vine, tossed the stone in his hand, and asked, "May I know what elder wants to exchange it for?" "My lord, this old man wants to exchange for spiritual herbs that can help him break through." Because of Du Xiaoyao's overbearing attack, the old man spoke cautiously, but his eyes were filled with hope when he looked at Du Xiaofu. He had been waiting here for a long time, and no one had shown any interest in this stone. However, this young man had taken a fancy to it, which meant that he must be very interested in it. Spirit herbs for breaking through? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows again and said with slight surprise, "Is this stone worth this price?" He could see that this old man had reached the exceptional realm of the Demon Royal Realm. If he broke through again, he would reach the Demon Venerable Realm. A spiritual herb for breaking through to the Demon Venerable Realm was already extremely extraordinary. As Du Xiaoyao had said before, this black stone could only be used to refine a mediocre spiritual weapon at most. Compared to the spiritual herb that the old man needed, it was on a completely different level. If Du Xiaofu had not sensed a faint aura of spiritual thunder, he would not have been interested in it at all. This old man seemed to be asking for an exorbitant price. "My lord, this old man also has a piece of information that may be worth this price." Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, the old man hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Oh, what kind of information?" Du Xiaofu was even more interested. He guessed that the information that the old man knew was probably related to the 8th spiritual thunder. If that was the case, not to mention a spiritual herb for breaking through to the martial venerable realm, even a sacred herb would be worth it. This stone came from the Yin Mountain, a secret place that was left behind from the ancient times. This old man brought this stone out from there. I heard that a mysterious item will be born there, but as the old man spoke, his face turned red and he looked a little embarrassed. "But what?" Du Xiaofu asked hurriedly. The mysterious item that was about to be born was most likely a spiritual thunder. But many strong people have already rushed over. With my strength, I could not obtain such an opportunity, so I could only return here. the old man said. Du Xiaofu nodded and expressed his understanding. This old man's information was probably outdated. No wonder he looked so embarrassed. The 36 spiritual thunders were formed when the ancestors of the Du family fell. Every one of them was extraordinary, so it was reasonable that it attracted many strong people. However, the spiritual thunder was very important to Du Xiaofu. No matter what the situation was, he had to make a trip there. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate and directly took out a sacred herb from his cosmos bag. He held it in front of the old man and said, "This is a sacred herb, not to mention helping you break through to the martial venerable realm. It is not impossible for you to reach the nirvana realm, but if you want it, you have to bring us to the Een mountain." "I am willing." When the old man saw this, he was very happy and nodded continuously, as if he was afraid that Du Xiaofu would go back on his word. "Then let's go now," Du Xiaofu said, and handed the sacred herb in his hand to the old man. As he spoke, he sent a message to Du Xiaoyao, telling him that this might be related to the spiritual thunder. Du Xiaoyao instantly understood the importance of this matter, and he nodded in agreement. However, they just turned around and were about to traverse space and leave when they noticed a large group of people rushing aggressively towards them. There were around 30 people in this group, and they were led by a middle-aged man with firm skin. The young man that Du Xiaoyao had smashed away earlier was amongst them. At this moment, the young man was holding his chest and limping. Obviously, he'd suffered quite a heavy injury. Obviously, after beating up the young one, the old one had come. He was here to get back at them. However, the middle-aged man in the lead was not weak at all. He'd actually attained the peak of the intermediate stage of the Saint Demon realm, and he was only a step away from the advanced stage. Another willow demon. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just like the young man, the middle-aged man's hair was like willow branches as well. The old man's entire body trembled violently when he saw these people arrive, and he wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. My lord, let's leave quickly. Otherwise it'll be too late." The old man spoke hastily and pulled on Du Xiaofu's sleeve with all his strength. "Senior, there's no need to be nervous." Du Xiaofu gave him a smiling gaze to indicate that he didn't need to worry. "Isn't it good to live a good life? Why did you have to court death?" Du Xiaoyao's eyes were suffused with a golden glow as he spoke in a ghastly voice. Chapter 2572. Old Senior, do you know where those people are from? Du Xiaofu turned around and asked the old man. Although he could see through the person's true form, he knew nothing about the forces in the demon realm. He had no idea about the identities of these people. And this old man saw that those people were in a state of panic, so he must be familiar with them. "Sir, that middle-aged man is the city lord of Jade Willow City, and that young man is his son. The father and son have always been domineering, and no one dares to provoke them." The old man adjusted his panicked emotions and said to Du Xiaofu through telepathy, "The city lord of Jade Willow City is also an overlord. How can he be so arrogant? How can he have no spirit at all?" Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but look down on him. The old man continued, "Sir, you don't know, but the city lord of Jade Willow City originally had the status of an elder of the sacred demon palace, and his status was not low. But hundreds of years ago, his brother betrayed the sacred demon palace and joined the Lord of Blackwater, becoming his #1 military advisor. The city lord of Jade Willow City was implicated because of this and was exiled to this corner of Jade Willow City. He lost his core position and was cursed and despised by countless demon spirits. But because his strength is very strong, and it is said that he is close to the late stage of the sacred demon realm, no one can really strip him of all his power. Here, no one can do anything to them. It actually has something to do with the Lord of Blackwater." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and he understood. Presumably, the city lord of Jade Willow City was exiled because he was questioned, and he had nowhere to vent his resentment. So he lost his mind a little. However, The Lord of Blackwater was indeed a figure. He could stand up to the sacred demon palace as an equal, so he was definitely not a simple person. The #1 military advisor under him was definitely someone with extraordinary wisdom. While the two were talking, the 30 figures had already descended from the sky and surrounded Du Xiaofu and the other two. This situation made the old man even more uneasy. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in Jade Willow City?" The middle-aged man, who was the city lord of Jade Willow City, glared at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao one after another and said in a deep voice, "What, do you want to settle the score with me? In this world, there is no place that I dare not behave atrociously." Du Xiaoyao took a step forward and glanced at the young man, as if he didn't care. This sentence was arrogant, but it was the truth. He had always been the one robbing others. How many people dared to provoke him? With his current strength, he could be considered a peak existence in this world. Why would he be afraid of a saint-demon intermediate stage cultivator? Hearing Du Xiaoyao's words, anger surged onto the middle-aged man's face. "In Jade Willow, in Jade Willow Willow, in Jade Willoween, you are how is death?" The middle-aged man was furious, and he couldn't help but shout at Du Xiaoyao. However, this time, Du Xiaoyao didn't answer him. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the willow-haired young man, saying arrogantly, "I didn't kill you. That's my mercy. How dare you come to me again? Kid, don't you think you are too arrogant?" The city lord of Jade Willow City responded. His voice became even more gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, a strange aura rose from his body, which was very different from that of humans and monsters. On his forehead, willow branches pierced through the void. With an inexplicably domineering aura, they directly wrapped around Du Xiaoyao. With just a word of disagreement, they immediately attacked. Murderous intent filled the area, strong and fierce. "Is that so? Then I'll show you what real arrogance is. Roar!" As soon as Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, he let out an earth-shaking roar from his throat, causing the entire city to shake along with him. In a split second, an incomparably terrifying pressure crushed down on the middle-aged man and the 30-odd figures behind him. Afterwards, boundless golden light blossomed, piercing their eyes and souls. Within the golden light, a huge figure sat cross-legged. It stretched across the void, basically occupying everyone's field of vision. A figure like this was like the appearance of a terrifying lord from the ancient times. Apart from Du Xiaofu and the old man from the green vine, everyone present immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Under such pressure, the willow branches that shot out from the back of the middle-aged man's had stopped in the blink of an eye. Very soon, the willow branches rapidly withered, as if they had been drained of their essence. They became dispirited and listless, shooting back one by one. The middle-aged man fell on his bottom, looking at Du Xiaoyao's red-bone, horse-monkey form in fear. The pair of eyes no longer had the gloominess and domineering aura from before. Perfected sacred demon realm. The body of a red-bone, horse-monkey. The middle-aged man murmured. Only now did he know what kind of person he had provoked. Not only did the golden-robed youth have the body of a red-bone horse-monkey, but he was also a perfected sacred demon realm cultivator. This made him feel extremely hopeless. Even in the entire demon realm, such strength could be counted on one's fingers. Even in the sacred demon palace, there were not many who were stronger than him. Where did this red-bone, horse-monkey demon spirit come from? Why have I never heard of it before? Didn't you think I was arrogant? Today, I'll show you how arrogant I am. Du Xiaoyao's grand voice rang out. A palm of golden light was raised into the air, and then it directly slapped down fiercely. Even the void was shaken to the point of rumbling. Such a palm stirred up ripples in the void. Wherever it passed, large cracks appeared in the surroundings. The group of people collapsed on the ground in fear, unable to resist at all. They were all filled with regret. They shouldn't have provoked such a terrifying expert. But now it was too late. Once this palm landed, no one would be able to survive. Forget it. We still have important things to do. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a faint voice rang out. Immediately after, the enormous red-bone horse ape paused in midair and stopped. Even so, the unparalleled energy that it carried still came down from the sky. The vast energy was like a tidal wave, violently crashing into the bodies of the 30 people below. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Mouthfuls of blood were spat out. Their organs were greatly shaken, as if they had been crushed into minced meat. Even the middle-aged sacred demon realm middle-aged man felt his body being squeezed, and he was severely injured. When the energy ripples in the sky dissipated, the streets returned to normal. However, everyone noticed that the 3 figures who were standing there earlier had already vanished. Chapter 2573. Faint moonlight shone on an endless mountain range, giving off a sense of tranquility. Ancient trees rose from the ground, standing in rows on the mountain range, as if they had existed since time immemorial. Whoosh! Under the moonlight, a ripple appeared in the air above the mountain range, followed by a burst of light. 3 figures walked out from the crack in the void, standing in the air. Among the 3, 2 were young men, respectively dressed in purple robes and gold robes. The third was an old man. His arms were exposed, as if they were formed from vines. These 3 were naturally Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Elder Greenvine, who had rushed to Een Mountain from Jade Willow City. The demon realm is indeed different. I can't even hear the roars of demon beasts in this mountain range. It's terrifyingly quiet. Du Xiaofu looked around and murmured. Walking out from the void tunnel, he could sense the quiet atmosphere here. If it were in the mountains outside, with the power of his soul, he would definitely be able to detect the traces of the various beast clans. But here, there were only waves of aura unique to the demon realm rushing over, carrying the charm of nature, making people feel refreshed. It had to be said that this demon realm was truly like a pure land. This should be Een Mountain, right? Du Xiaoyao's eyes were clear as she glanced at Elder Greenvine and asked, "Sir, that's right. It's here." Elder Greenvine bowed and replied to Du Xiaoyao, "There should be many demon spirits here. Why can't I find any traces of anyone?" Du Xiaofu asked. He did not discover the existence of any demon spirits with his perception. Logically speaking, the appearance of a bolt of spirit lightning would definitely attract many experts to investigate and try to obtain it. There should be various forces gathering in this mountain range. It should not be so quiet. "Old Senior, where did you obtain this stone?" Du Xiaofu asked. The black stone appeared in his hand again. "Sir, there's a secret place left behind from ancient times here. It's in another vast space. Presumably, those experts who came for that mysterious item should have all entered that space." Elder Greenvine said. Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard this. Every bolt of spiritual thunder was extraordinary, so it was reasonable that it could create a special space. The black stone in his hand was an ordinary item. The reason why it had the residual spirit lightning's aura was probably because it had been affected by the spirit lightning for a long time. It went from a mountain rock to a material that could be used to refine spirit artifacts. One could imagine that bolt of spirit lightning was definitely extraordinary. That, according to Du Xiaofu's, was the spirit lightnings was because the special environment the spirit lightnings was the spirit lightning was it was the spirit lightning was the spirit lightning was the spirit lightning spirit realm was that spirit lightning was the spirit lightning was stronger. Let's hurry over and take a look. It wouldn't be good if someone beat us to it. Du Xiaofu said to the old man, indicating that he should quickly lead the way. "Yes, sir." With that, Elder Greenvine flew off first. Before long, the 3 of them appeared at the mouth of a volcano. The rocks on the mountain had become bright red from the scorching heat. They shone with a hazy glow under the faint night sky, forming a beautiful contrast with the moonlight above them. The space was scalding and scorching. Even with Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's cultivations, they felt waves of heat wash over them. Du Xiaofu extended his hand, and a suction force surged out, pulling a bright red piece of volcanic rock into his hand. He observed it and discovered that it was basically the same as the rock he had obtained from the old man. However, it had not reached the level of a material for refining artifacts. "Looks like it's here." Du Xiaofu tossed the rock back to the ground before turning around and leaping into the mouth of the volcano. Du Xiaoyao did not waste any time either, charging into the volcano with him. "Big!" Elder Green Vine called out as he extended his hand into the air. He was at a loss as to whether he should follow them or not. Just as he was stuck in a dilemma, Du Xiaofu's rather hazy voice rang out in his ears. "Thank you, old senior. You can leave first." The old man immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. Afterwards, he turned around and flew off into the distance, preparing to use the sacred medicine the purple-robed young man had given him to break through. After Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao entered the mouth of the volcano, the scorching feeling became more and more intense. It was like two balls of true fire were burning around them. If it were not for the protection of his profound qi, Du Xiaofu's clothes would have been reduced to ashes in a single moment. The space in the mouth of the volcano twisted and changed shape under the scorching heat. It was like a ball of paper that had been kneaded becoming wrinkled. At the same time, the space below was isolated by the wrinkles, forming an independent space. The two of them made their way down. Without expending too much effort, they entered another space. This was a world of magma. Who knew how large it was? Just like a huge boiler. Bright red magma surged beneath their feet, giving off waves of heat. The surrounding cliffs were bright red as well. They were transparent like cooked iron, without any impurities at all. There really are quite a lot of people here. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the surroundings. He discovered the existence of many living beings. There were around 100 of them, and all of them were at mid-saint realm or above. The 100 or so people were basically split into two factions. There were also a few people who were alone. They seemed to be independent cultivators. As expected, these living beings were all powerful demons. They had all gathered here. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's arrival obviously attracted everyone's attention. Many people looked over. More people have come. Which demon race are they from? Why haven't I seen them before? The two of them are in perfect human form. I can't see their original forms at all. I actually can't see through their auras at all. Just where are they from? Du Xiaofu ignored the gazes and discussions of the crowd as he descended. However, there were quite a number of demons that piqued his interest. First, there were two elders. One of them had snow-white hair and the other had fiery red hair. One was short and fat while the other was tall and thin. Their auras were cold and hot. When the two of them stood together, they seemed to be polar opposites. However, at the same time, they were dependent on each other. Du Xiaofu was surprised to see the two old men. They were both at the perfect saint demon realm. The second one that piqued Du Xiaofu's interest was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 12 years old. She was wearing a colorful robe that clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful and alluring curves. Two large snow-white lumps were exposed at her chest area. It was very attractive. Her lower back was also perked up and was especially round and smooth. The woman stood in the air. She was as ethereal as the clouds and had a divine aura. Similarly, this woman's cultivation was at perfected saint demon realm. Chapter 2574. The third person was a tall old man. His short hair stood up like steel needles, making him look like a hedgehog. The old man's strength was also at the great perfection of the sacred demon realm. Standing together with the woman and the other two old men, they were obviously from the same force. Behind the four of them, there were many experts surrounding them. For great perfection of the sacred demon realm. Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh. There were actually so many top experts in a force. Although these people were slightly weaker than him at this moment, it was undeniable that such a lineup was really powerful. On the other side, there were two people who also caught Du Xiaofu's attention. One of them was a man of medium build, covered in a blood-red robe. A strong smell of blood emanated from his body. Beside him stood a lean and capable young man. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he was waving a feather fan in his hand. His eyes were filled with confidence. Behind them, there were also many experts gathered. There was a faint hostility between the two of them and the four experts from before. When Du Xiaofu saw the lean and capable man, he could not help but squint his eyes, because the man's hair was like willow branches, but it was not green but black. Could this person be the brother of the Lord of Jade Willow City, the military advisor under the Lord of Black Water? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, thinking of what the old man in the green vine had said. If he guessed correctly, the man in the blood-red robe next to him was very likely the Lord of Black Water. Needless to say, the opposing force must be from the sacred demon palace. He did not expect that the news of the spiritual thunder would attract so many experts from the two forces of the demon realm. Du Xiaofu glanced at the woman's side. He wondered if the great ancestor of the earth demon realm was one of them. If he was, he would not have to go to the trouble of going to the sacred demon palace to look for him. Legend had it that the heavenly demon ancestor had not appeared for countless years. If he wanted to pull the demon realm to his side, he would not be able to avoid the earth demon ancestor and the black water monarch. Perhaps he would have to help one side deal with the other in order to achieve his goal. Du Xiaofu was about to ask, but he was interrupted by a gloomy voice. Kakik, two ancestors of ice and fire, Fairy Lucia, Song Song, you're actually holding back from attacking the people of Blackwater River? You're getting more and more cowardly. Outside of the two camps, someone spoke. This person was all skin and bones, like a dried corpse. Only his head was full with flesh and blood. But the strange thing was that the flesh on his chin and lower lip was wrinkled, as if there was no bone to support it. Song Mountain Skeleton, who are you calling coward? The fiery, red-haired old man immediately jumped out. His face suddenly turned red, and he was extremely angry. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. Huilauer, when will you change your temper? You can't stay calm after being provoked. The plump, white-haired old man next to him said indifferently, Ice Lauer, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten that I'm the boss? The fiery, red-haired old man stomped his feet and immediately diverted his anger. The old man called Ice Lauer snorted and ignored him. He turned to stare at Song Mountain Skeleton and said coldly, Song Mountain Skeleton, if you want to stir up trouble here, I think we can kill you first. Kiki, Song Mountain Skeleton, why don't you join Blackwater River? Let's see what the two ancestors of ice and fire can do to you. On the side of Blackwater River, the man with the feather fan said with a chuckle, Dai Lu, I'm not interested in Blackwater River. Song Mountain Skeleton snorted coldly and said, Du Xiaofu could see that these people were gathered here for the spiritual thunder, and Song Mountain Skeleton should be an itinerant cultivator. The sacred monster temple and Blackwater River did not fight because of their hatred, and it was probably because of their existence that they were restrained. If they suffered losses, a group of itinerant cultivators would take advantage of them. In addition to Song Mountain Skeleton, there were many itinerant cultivators here. Among them, there was a young man in tight clothes who stood coldly to the side and did not speak. The young man's aura was peerless and fierce, and it carried with it a terrifying and fierce edge. His strength was probably on par with Song Mountain Skeleton and the others. He was also in the complete sacred monster realm. While Du Xiaofu was observing him, the young man tilted his head slightly, and his eyes were so fierce that they seemed to be able to pierce through the void. I wonder how I should address these two new friends. The man from Blackwater River, who was called Dai Lu by Song Mountain Skeleton, waved his feather fan gently. He glanced at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao respectively, and asked in an unusually amiable manner. The smile on his face was like a gentle breeze brushing the willow tree, gentle and charming. In an instant, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao had an inexplicable, good impression of this person. But the more this was the case, the more vigilant Du Xiaofu was. He was no longer a young and inexperienced brat. He was familiar with all kinds of tricks to control people. This Dai Lu made him develop a kind of natural vigilance. This person was definitely not as easy to talk to as he seemed on the surface. How could the number one person under the Blackwater monarch be simple? If he really treated him as a friend, he might be able to viciously trick him at any time. It seemed that it was better not to easily form an alliance with Blackwater River. It was better to observe the specific situation first before making a decision. Thinking in his heart, Du Xiaofu did not show too much displeasure on the surface. He lightly opened his mouth and replied with a half-truth. The two of us rarely walk around the demon realm. On the contrary, Du Xiaoyao, who jumped out of the stone and was as smart as a ghost, snorted and did not bother to pay attention to Dai Lu at all. Dai Lu was not annoyed by the soft rebuff. He chuckled and did not speak any more. As for the others, they all looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao with interest. I can tell at a glance that the two of you are extraordinary, but I seem to have never seen you before. You look very unfamiliar. In the sacred demon palace, the woman in colorful clothes stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu with a smile. She was surprised that she could not see through the body and strength of these two people. Songshan Skeleton had mentioned before that this woman's name was Rosy Fairy. To tell you the truth, Rosy Fairy, we are from the outside world and want to discuss something with the heavenly demon ancestor or the earth demon ancestor. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and said politely, according to Songshan Skeleton, the people from the sacred demon palace were the ice and fire ancestors, Rosy Fairy and Song Song. There was no earth demon ancestor among them. In this regard, Du Xiaofu was slightly disappointed. However, since he had met the people from the sacred demon palace, it should not be too difficult to get in touch with the earth demon ancestor. After harvesting the spiritual thunder here, he would accompany them to the sacred demon palace. Chapter 2575. From the outside world? How is that possible? The demon realm has been isolated from the outside world for countless years. How can anyone find this place? These two said they were looking for the heavenly demon ancestor and earth demon ancestor. Don't they know that the heavenly demon ancestor hasn't appeared for many years? Yeah, I don't know where the old man went. Du Xiaofu's word stunned everyone for a long time. Then they began to discuss among themselves. Caixia Fairy opened her mouth and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Dai Lu, the top military advisor of Blackwater River, also looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. The man in the blood-red robe beside him also raised his head and stared at them. Everyone was shocked by the two men in front of them. To be able to come to the demon realm and look for the two strongest people here, these two young men were definitely not ordinary people. It was no wonder that everyone present could not see through their strength, and they looked very young. Had the outside world already become so powerful? I'm Du Xiaofu, and this is my brother Du Xiaoyao. When this is over, I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to the earth demon ancestor. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists at the two ancestors of ice and fire, Caixia Fairy and Song Song. What, Du Xiaofu? You're the legendary rock emperor of the barren country, the demon king, Du Xiaofu? Ancestor Fire of the two ancestors of ice and fire immediately shouted, looking extremely shocked. That's me. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not deny it. When the others saw this, they were also in disbelief, like Ancestor Fire. They all looked at the purple-robed young man in front of them in disbelief. The man in the blood-red robe from Blackwater River also looked at him strangely, as if there were two extremely fierce lights shooting out. As for those who were relatively weaker, they all looked at each other. It seemed that they had never heard of this name. Interesting. After being stunned for a moment, Dai Lu's thin lips curled up as she muttered to herself. There was a flash of light in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Little brother Du, I'm afraid you don't know that the heaven demon old ancestor has not appeared for many years. Even if we were to recommend you, we can only recommend the earth demon old ancestor. But first, you have to tell us why you came to the demon realm. Otherwise, how would we know if you are plotting against the sacred demon palace? It was Tsang Song of the sacred demon temple. An old man with short hair that resembled steel needles said in a deep voice. The meaning in his words was very cautious, but it was also reasonable. To tell you the truth, I'm here for the upcoming calamity. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with this. Du Xiaofu turned serious and glanced at the crowd. The two progenitors of ice and fire, Fairy Rosy Glow, Song Song, Dai Lu, the Tsangshan skeleton, and many others were startled. Du Xiaofu saw everyone's expressions. Needless to say, these were all old monsters who had survived since the Archean Age. Even if they had not experienced the Archean Age catastrophe, they must be very familiar with that period of history and know the horror of the demon god. However, Song Song's next words caused Du Xiaofu to frown even more. Song Song, who had been shocked by Du Xiaofu's identity, had a great change in attitude. His words were a little cold. Many juniors of the sacred demon temple have been to the outside world and brought back news of the outside world. Now, we know about the devil religion's movements and the situation in the outside world. But I can tell you in advance that in the demon realm, at least the sacred demon temple will not participate in this dispute. Even if I take you to the earth demon old ancestor, you will only get the same result. As soon as Tsang Song opened his mouth, his tone was unusually firm and almost blocked Du Xiaofu's words. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation, and there was even a hint of hostility. This kind of situation was something that he hadn't expected. Du Xiaofu looked at Rosy Cloud's fairy and the two ancestors of ice and fire. They heard Song Song's words and nodded silently. Obviously, they were aware of what was happening in the outside world. The experts of the sacred demon temple seemed to have reached some kind of consensus that they did not intend to intervene in the battle between the outside world and the devil religion. They were trying to stay out of this mess. Du Xiaofu felt a little headache and did not know how to deal with it. He could not bring people to the demon realm and force them to set foot on the battlefield of the devil religion. In his heart, his impression of the sacred monster temple had inevitably worsened. It was also at this moment that the smile on Dai Lu's face grew wider. She seemed to be very satisfied with this result. Let's talk about this later, Du Xiaofu said softly. He stopped talking and turned to look at the rolling magma under his feet. No matter what the sacred demon temple's attitude was, they had to meet the earth demon old ancestor to make a final decision. The most important thing now was to get the 8th spiritual thunder. Well, let's talk about this after the birth of the heavenly flame void thunder. Ice ancestor of the two ancestors of ice and fire said. When the others heard this, they fell into silence one after another. They stopped talking and looked at the magma under their feet. In this world of magma, the terrifying temperature continued to soar. In the blazing heat, one could see streaks of electric arcs flickering and constantly changing. There were more and more electric arcs carrying a terrifying aura. With one strike, a black hole was blasted in the void, emitting black smoke as if it could burn everything. However, it would take a lot of time for the spiritual thunder to be born. Otherwise, these forces would not be waiting here silently. In order to get the spiritual thunder, they would have to face the interference of many experts. It would not be easy. The 8th spiritual thunder, is it called the heavenly flame void thunder? Du Xiaofu murmured. Boss, when the spiritual thunder is born, don't worry about fighting for it. I will help you hold back a few of these people. Du Xiaoyao's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. With his strength, he could indeed hold back several experts present. As for the others, with Du Xiaofu's strength, it should not be too difficult for them to get the spiritual thunder. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to do so. No need. I will go down and find the spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoyao, this is a world of magma. The temperature is terrifyingly high. Even with our cultivation, we will feel the heat. You should know that this is the demon realm, the most suitable environment for demon spirits. The heavenly flame void thunder should have an extremely complete spiritual intelligence and even cultivated a human body. Its strength should not be much weaker than mine. The heavenly flame void thunder should be undergoing a metamorphosis. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a huge commotion and attracted so many experts. If we let it complete its metamorphosis, it will be even more difficult to subdue it. Chapter 2576. Du Xiaofu's intention was very clear. He wanted to go down and subdue the heavenly flame void lightning before it truly appeared. If it were others, perhaps it would be extremely difficult to deal with the spirit lightning that had transformed into a human. But Du Xiaofu was different. He already had several spirit lightnings and was confident that in terms of mastery of lightning, there was no one in the world who could surpass him. He still had sufficient confidence in subduing the heavenly flame void lightning. And if he waited until it completed its transformation before making a move, the difficulty would increase significantly. At this time, there was also a group of experts eyeing covetously from the side. At that time, there would probably be many more variables. Might as well take the initiative to attack and merge with the spirit lightning while it was unprepared. The only thing that was disadvantageous to him was the lava down below. This was the territory of the heavenly flame void lightning, so it was very likely that all environmental factors would severely affect his power. It was just that the spirit lightning was seriously too important to him. He could not afford to have too many misgivings. Boss, I'll go down with you. Du Xiaoyao said somewhat worriedly. No need. I'll go alone. You stay here and also observe these people's movements. If they do anything unusual, you take action decisively. Du Xiaofu said. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly sank, plunging headfirst into the lava beneath his feet. Like a stone falling into a lake, countless lava splashed up, and he was drowned in the scorching waves of lava that surged into the sky. What is that Du Xiaofu doing? Ancestor Fire said hurriedly, looking somewhat anxiously at Ancestor Ice. That brat went down. Second Brother Ice, let's hurry up and follow. Don't let him get the heavenly flame void lightning. As he said that, he was about to follow Du Xiaofu into the lava. Second Brother Fire, what's the rush? Ancestor Ice grabbed Ancestor Fire and said indifferently, how can the heavenly flame void lightning be so easy to obtain? Ancestor Fire immediately panicked, wishing he could point at Ancestor Ice's nose and shout with a flushed face. Second Brother Ice, how many times have I said it? I'm the boss. Such a scene caused Little Demon, who was standing at the side, to be unable to help but be stunned. This Ancestor Fire's temper was really strange. As long as Ancestor Ice called him Second Brother, he would immediately divert his attention. However, there was one thing similar to him. In his early years, didn't he also always compete with Du Xiaofu for the boss position? Ancestor Ice's words. The lava's, the heavenly flame void lightning, is terrifying. The temperature is the lava. Even we feel it is extremely hot up there, not to mention the lava. Song, 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 song. The heavenly flame void lightnings should have another breakthrough. How can it dealing it and subduing it? Rainbow, 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 rainbow. Rainbow rosies, rosy royce, rosy rosy. Rosy rosies, red, roar rosins, rotilis, and red royce, red row. That brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and directly dived into the lava. He wouldn't be burned to ashes, right? Is he the void is? The S's is? Song Shan's skeleton laughed coldly, as if it really wanted Du Xiaofu to be burned to ashes. "Mummy, I dare you to repeat what you just said. Be careful that I don't beat you up so badly that even your mother can't recognize you. You won't even know how you died." Du Xiaoyao glared at Song Shan skeleton. The golden light on his body shone brightly as he charged towards Song Shan skeleton with a terrifying aura. Song Shan skeleton's face changed drastically under the impact of the powerful aura. A surge of energy also erupted from his body. However, he was still forced to retreat dozens of steps before he could resist Du Xiaoyao's aura. After that, he didn't dare to speak rudely anymore. He could only stand silently by the side. "Who are you to criticize my boss?" Du Xiaoyao snorted coldly. He had no intention of being merciless. Instead, he continued to pay attention to what was going on under the lava. Based on his character, he wanted to fight Song Shan skeleton directly and teach him a lesson. However, his boss's orders were the most important. The sacred monster temple, Heishui River, and some other rogue cultivators became solemn when they saw what happened. They knew Song Shan skeleton's strength very well. If they were to fight him one-on-one, no one would dare to say that they could beat him. However, in front of Du Xiaoyao, the golden-robed youth, Song Shan skeleton was defeated in a single blow. This showed how powerful Du Xiaoyao was. Many people had heard of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. The Rock Emperor was even more infamous than Du Xiaoyao. From this, one could infer how powerful the Demon King was. Hee, everyone, just wait here. I'll follow Brother Rock Emperor to explore the lava." Suddenly, Dai Lu laughed. He waved the feather fan in his hand twice and then disappeared with a flick of his wrist. Then his figure slowly faded and disappeared from his original spot. Above the lava below, there was a splash of lava, and then it was submerged in the surging heat flow. This, the two ancestors of ice and fire, Song Song and Saisha Fairy, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Before everyone could react, the man who was standing close to Song Shan skeleton also let go of his arms and fell to the ground. Ownerless broken sword, he also went down. Saisha Fairy said, "Why don't we go down and take a look?" The ice progenitor frowned and looked at Song Song and Saisha Fairy with uncertainty. Although the lava was extremely dangerous, Heishui River's Dai Lu had already gone down. They couldn't just watch as the heavenly flame void lightning fell into Heishui River's hands. It's good to go down and take a look. The heavenly flame void lightning must not fall into Dai Lu's hands. However, my true form is a pine tree, and Saisha Fairy is formed from colorful mist. Both of us are restrained by the fire attribute. Only you two. One of you is of the fire attribute, while the other is of the fire attribute. There shouldn't be any problems." Song Song said, "Then the two of us will go down. You two stay here and help. Be careful of that blood disciple." The ice progenitor glanced at the blood-robed man from Heishui River and warned. Du Xiaofu's previous guess that he was the Heishui monarch was not correct. "Don't worry, leave this to us. You must also be careful of Dai Lu. That guy is cunning and ruthless. Don't fall into his trap." Saisha Fairy said, nodding her snow-white chin. "I said I wanted to go down, but you stopped me." Fire progenitor roared in dissatisfaction. The ice progenitor rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. She just shouted, "Let's go." The two of them descended into the lava at the same time. After Du Xiaofu, Dai Lu, and the two ancestors of ice and fire left one after another, only Song Song, Saisha Fairy, Song Shan skeleton, Heishui River's blood disciple, and Du Xiaoyao were left. Everyone kept their mouths shut, silently standing in the lava world, waiting for the final result. Chapter 2577. Du Xiaofu continued to sink into the lava. Outside his body, the azure spirit armor had already been summoned, covering the surface of his body. Outside his body, there was also a profound chi shield, resisting the terrifying scorching heat. Around him, he was surrounded by molten flows that looked like molten iron, bubbling with gurgling sounds. As he sank, other than the rolling and burning lava, there were also bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. They were like snakes in the water, flicking their tongues. These lightning snakes all had an abnormally strong attack power. These lightning snakes should have been accidentally released when the heavenly flame hollow thunder was breaking through. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He could feel that if he removed the blue spirit armor and did not use his profound qi to protect his body, these lightning snakes would cause his immortal Xian body to feel pain when they struck his body. A bolt of spirit thunder and an electric arc unintentionally released could produce such an effect. The strength of the heavenly flame hollow thunder could be seen from this. We're here. Just as Du Xiaofu was thinking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The fiery red color that had filled the surroundings suddenly turned black. All the light was withdrawn, turning into a gloomy darkness. It was as if the scorching noon had suddenly turned dark. At the same time, the all-pervasive terrifying heat also disappeared. It seemed to have become much gentler, and the heat on his body was no longer as strong as before. However, Du Xiaofu discovered that the profound qi shield outside his body was twisting and flowing as if it was about to melt. This scene caused Du Xiaofu's expression to involuntarily become solemn. He knew that the environment here was not better than in the lava. Instead, it had become even worse. This heavenly flame hollow thunder has actually been cultivated to such a level. Du Xiaofu muttered. The restrained, fiery red light and the warmth he felt on his body were all just an illusion. There was only one reason for this phenomenon. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. In this place, the power of the heavenly flame hollow thunder had reached an extreme. I didn't expect that someone would be able to break into my territory. A middle-aged man's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. Under the probing of the power of the origin spirit, he discovered a dark figure standing quietly in the void of this dark space. This dark figure looked like a cluster of black flames burning. The space around its body was scorched through by the scorching heat, and it was very uniform. Such a scene made it seem as if there was a black border around it, as if it was branded in the space and merged with the void. Needless to say, this dark figure was undoubtedly the heavenly flame void lightning. As expected of the heavenly flame void lightning, it probably developed intelligence and started cultivating since the ancient era, right? Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Judging from its aura, the heavenly flame void lightning was already at the peak of the saint-demon realm. Its true cultivation time shouldn't be much shorter than Huolei Laozu's. Just the energy that unintentionally leaked out was already so terrifying. However, under the dual effects of Du Xiaofu's Xianqi barrier and blue spirit armor, the heat waves from the heavenly flame void lightning were unable to cause any harm to him. Human kid, you're right. The heavenly flame void lightning said in a low voice, waves of heat rising and falling as it spoke. You came here because you want to take advantage of me. You're also right. You have two choices now. Submit to me directly, or I defeat you and make you submit to me. Du Xiaofu said indifferently as he extended two fingers. He wasn't surprised that the heavenly flame void lightning could see that he was a human at a glance. Its strength wasn't inferior to his in the first place, so it was normal that it could see through him. If it weren't for his various methods, he probably wouldn't have dared to say such words. Human, don't you think you're too arrogant? You think you can subdue me? The heavenly flame void lightning's tone became even darker as it spoke. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to attack, Du Xiaofu said as he took a step forward. He wasn't an arrogant person, so he naturally knew that such a powerful demon wouldn't submit to him so easily. Subduing the heavenly flame void lightning would inevitably take some effort. He already had 7 spiritual lightnings in his body, and he also had the lightning martial vein. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly flame void lightning. As Du Xiaofu spoke, he made his move. Boom! 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 A few explosions sounded in the sky, and then several balls of light rushed out from between his eyebrows. They bloomed with different colors and circled above Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! 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 At the same time, thick bolts of lightning struck down, carrying with them an aura that could destroy the world, accompanied by waves of extremely terrifying pressure, as if an ancient god had descended into the world, making people want to prostrate themselves. This scene made the heavenly flame, void, lightning tremble for a moment. "This is the heavenly flame, void, lightning," said in a daze. "This is the aura of my kind. There are actually so many." He quickly determined that the balls of light above the purple-robed youth were spiritual lightnings of the same origin as him. There were actually as many as 8. Furthermore, looking at it, it seemed like these spiritual lightnings had already been completely fused together by the purple-robed human and were under his control. This kind of scene made him feel extremely aghast. That's right. These are all of your kind, spiritual lightnings formed when the heavenly Tao fell in the ancient era. Now they've already been fused together by me, and the next one is you. Du Xiaofu said, How do you know all this, and how did you do it?" The heavenly flame void lightning's voice started trembling somewhat, and he was somewhat incoherent. He wasn't afraid, but he was amazed. This human youth was actually clear about his and these spiritual lightnings' origins. One had to know that from the ancient era until now, it had long been buried in the long river of time. Extremely few people knew. In addition, 7 spiritual lightnings could actually fuse into one. Just what kind of physique did one need to be able to do it? Hoo-hoo, is there any point in asking these useless things? Submit. Du Xiaofu chuckled and raised his hand to move. The silver-net soul-devouring lightning, earth-crumbling heavenly lightning, golden crow heaven-burning lightning, great sky lightning, 3,000 jolting lightning, soul-extinguishing divine lightning, and 9 nether devil lightning above his head moved together, erupting with a lightning light screen, bombarding down on the heavenly flame void lightning. 7 spiritual lightnings' energy poured out, emitting 7 colors, intertwining with each other, converging into a vast stretch of lightning, magnificent and beautiful. However, within this beauty, there was a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Chapter 2578. Faced with Du Xiaofu's actions, the man formed by the heavenly flame void lightning put away his astonishment, and his tone was no longer as shocked as before. "That's good too. I've just broken through, and I'm only 1 step away from the Sky Sage stage, but you've brought 7 spiritual lightnings to me. Why don't you let me kill you and devour the 7 spiritual lightnings? That'll allow me to take another step forward." The man spoke, and his tone was filled with greed. He was not afraid of Du Xiaofu. Even if a human brat's cultivation was extraordinary, he still did not think much of him. If he had not broken through, he might not have been completely confident that he could defeat this purple-robed youth. But now he was confident that he could obtain the 7 spiritual lightnings and devour them to increase his strength. How could he let go of such an opportunity? "You want to steal my spiritual lightnings, and I want to subdue and merge with you. Let's fight and see who will succeed in the end," Du Xiaofu said softly. Before entering the lava, the sacred monster hall, Blackwater River, and the others had been waiting above. He had also thought that the heavenly flame void lightning would be easy to subdue since it was still in the process of evolving. However, what he saw now was that it had already completed its breakthrough and was even stronger than him in terms of strength. This caused Du Xiaofu to no longer have any contempt for him. Only by giving it his all would he have a chance to take the spiritual lightnings for himself. "Brat, since you've come to court death, I won't hold back. Once I devour your 7 spiritual lightnings, I'll definitely be able to gather all the remaining spiritual lightnings, control the complete law of lightning, and become a heavenly body." The heavenly flame, void, lightning said, "You want to become a heavenly body? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Du Xiaofu retorted fiercely. But the heavenly flame void lightning's words made his heart uneasy. It turned out that if the 36 bolts of spiritual lightning that were formed when the ancestor fell could be merged together, he would be able to control the complete law of electricity. He would even have a chance to surpass the heavenly saint stage and use it to merge with the heavenly Tao. Fu Yibai, Hulei Laozu, and the others had come together to ask him to find and fuse all the spirit lightning. Could it be that they had such an idea? That's right. Only by attaining the body of the heavenly Tao would one be able to fight against the demon god. However, would the final outcome be the same as the primordial era? 8 desolate thunder. Rise. While Du Xiaofu was thinking, he exhaled and unleashed the lightning profound. Large amounts of runes flew out from his body and filled the air. The 7 spiritual thunders above his head were guided and exploded. Streaks of lightning bolts poured out and blasted down from the sky, tearing the endless void apart and annihilating it. In every part of this area, there were continuous explosions of thunder. The entire space seemed to be boiling violently, and the momentum was terrifying. Good timing. The heavenly flame void lightning roared, and the dark figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. However, immediately after, a ball of lightning formed, and it was also suffused with a dark and hazy black color. Streaks of eerie black lightning shot out soundlessly, striking the void and forming a series of deep black holes. When the heavenly flame void lightning finished speaking, the dark and hazy thunderbolt suddenly swept out and directly charged into the 7 spiritual thunders that Du Xiaofu was controlling. Everywhere he passed, space was scorched, and strands of green smoke curled up into the air. It dragged out a long black trajectory behind him, and it was like a tail of flames. Human brat, you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? Today, I'll let you know that the expert closest to the heavenly saint stage is far from someone you can fight against. The heavenly flame, void, lightning pounced forward, charging through the boundless might of the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning. Even under Du Xiaofu's control, the power of the 7 spiritual thunders could not stop its footsteps. Soon, the heavenly flame void lightning dragged a long tail and directly collided with one of the 7 spiritual thunders, the 3,000 quaking thunder. Boom! The 2 spiritual thunders suddenly collided, and an earth-shaking roar erupted. The space shook violently as if it was about to collapse. The shattered energy turned into mysterious runes that filled the sky and danced in every corner. The space was directly smashed into nothingness by such a vast power. Amidst such might, one could vaguely hear a whimper. After a collision, the 3,000 quaking thunder was directly sent flying, and a pitch-black crack appeared on the ball of light. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched, and he was actually a little frightened. The crack on the 3,000 quaking thunder did not heal for a long time. It was obvious that it had suffered a great injury. It had actually suffered such a loss in a single exchange. This caused Du Xiaofu's heart to involuntarily become even more serious. Only 1 step away from the heavenly saint realm. Half-step heavenly saint? Du Xiaofu softly muttered to himself. This heavenly flame void lightning was already the strongest opponent he'd fought until now. Other than the demon gods, only East Deity, West Demon, Nenru, North Addict, Central Divinity, Hulei Laozu, and the Dragon Clan's Old Azure Dragon dared to say that they could suppress it. It was likely that even Long Huang of the Dragon Clan, who was an existence of the clan's foundation, was only on par with the heavenly flame void lightning. Not long ago, Du Xiaofu was severely injured by Long Huang's space scar. At this time, facing the spiritual thunders that had been cultivated for countless years, it did not seem too optimistic. One had to know that experts who had reached this level had already reached an extremely terrifying level in the level of profound meaning. Boy, obediently hand over the 7 spiritual thunders, and I can spare your life. The great Een Sky Thunder, Golden Crow sky-burning thunder and several other spiritual thunders were still roaring and sweeping, each with a domineering force, towards the heavenly flame void lightning. However, the black spiritual thunders seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, shuttling back and forth between the other spiritual thunders, avoiding each attack. Half-step heavenly saint realm, so what? In the end, you're still one step away. Du Xiaofu coldly replied. The thought of training himself rose in his heart. After entering the complete saint realm in the ancient desolate continent, his strength had not improved too quickly. The illusory heavenly saint realm seemed to be too far away, and it was impossible to touch it all. This time, having such a spiritual thunders as an opponent for him to train himself was very difficult to ask for. One had to know that such an expert was extremely rare in this world. When he had faced Long Huang back then, he could only be trampled on. But now, although this heavenly flame void lightning was not weaker than Long Huang, it would not be as easy to defeat him as Long Huang. This was because he had a trump card that no one else had, which could restrain the spiritual thunders. Chapter 2579. Translator H2DH2 Mr. As Du Xiaofu spoke, a silver light suddenly rose from his body, covering the surface of his body. These silver light rays were like the meridians in his body, twisting and turning to form a strange pattern. It looked like a net, flashing with the light of lightning. When this scene appeared, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the air, fiercely suppressing the heavenly flame void lightning. This is the heavenly flame void lightning, which was shuttling back and forth among the several bolts of spiritual lightning, emitted a frightened fluctuation. It was clearly shocked. Thunder Martial Vein. It's actually the Thunder Martial Vein. The heavenly flame void lightning cried out in fear and quickly fled into the distance, transforming back into the black man's figure. It stared closely at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Why do you have this kind of martial vein in your body? Could it be that you're the descendant of that person?" He was extremely shocked and looked at the purple-robed youth in front of him in disbelief. How could he not know about this kind of martial vein? It was the martial vein that the heavenly Tao had personally carved into the body of his descendant before the fall of the primordial era. It could be said to be of the same origin as him. The moment this kind of martial vein appeared, the heavenly flame void lightning felt an extreme sense of fear rise from the depths of its heart, as if it wanted to bow down and worship the purple-robed youth in front of it. This feeling was not because of the purple-robed youth in front of it, but because of its reverence for the heavenly Tao's majesty. It was a kind of natural suppression. "Congratulations, you're right," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. The purple robe on his body fluttered without the wind, wantonly fluttering. With a thought, the thunder martial vein that covered the surface of his body rushed out, turning into a giant lightning net that quickly spread out around him. It expanded explosively against the wind, enveloping an area of thousands of feet in radius. This giant lightning net was like a huge cage, enveloping the heavenly flame void lightning and the other 7 bolts of spiritual lightning. Thick bolts of lightning collided and intertwined with each other, releasing an unparalleled power. "Kid, even if you are a descendant of the heavenly Tao and possess the thunder martial vein, it is still wishful thinking for you to subdue me." After the initial shock, the heavenly flame void lightning quickly calmed down and said, "Your lightning martial vein is unable to trap me. Today, I'll let you experience what the power of laws is." The loud voice of the heavenly flame void thunder reverberated in this space. A dark figure appeared, and the body of spiritual thunder appeared again. At the same time, all the lightning around him quickly retracted and entered his body. For a moment, only Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the 7 spiritual thunders were left on the field. They were still shining brightly. As soon as the heavenly flame void lightning was unleashed, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in the surrounding area. Even Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently. "Brat, you can't beat me." The heavenly flame, void, lightning shouted loudly, and the void rumbled. Then Du Xiaofu saw that the heavenly flame void lightning's body did not display any terrifying power. However, there were waves of strange energy, fluctuations spreading out. Under the influence of this power, the silver silk soul devouring lightning, the earth-shattering lightning, the golden crow sky-burning lightning, the great Een sky lightning, the 3,000 quaking lightning, the soul-extinguishing divine lightning, and the 9 underworlds demonic lightning all let out whimpers at the same time, as if they had sensed something terrifying and were threatened. The terrifying power released by the 7 spiritual thunders was withdrawn in an instant, and they were no longer under Du Xiaofu's control. Not only that, but the huge light net formed by the thunder martial vein shook violently as if it had been blown by a hurricane. It twisted and changed shape, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu turn pale with fright. He fully operated the thunder martial vein and communicated with the 7 spiritual thunders, but it did not have much effect. The martial vein and the spiritual thunders seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and they were sticky and out of his control. Is this the power of the law? The power of ultimacy cannot resist it at all. Du Xiaofu could not calm down. He had not expected this situation at all. Back when he was with the dragons, Long Huang's space scar carried the embryonic form of the law of space, and it directly injured him so severely that he did not even have the power to escape. Now, the change that the heavenly flame void lightning displayed was the embodiment of the law of lightning, and it directly affected his control of the thunder martial vein and the 7 spiritual thunders. This was a height that Du Xiaofu could not reach at the moment. At this moment his heart was full of shock, and at the same time he was endlessly fascinated. However, Du Xiaofu knew that what the heavenly flame void lightning displayed was only a trace of the law of lightning, and it could only be regarded as the embryonic form of the law of lightning. If one wanted to completely control the law of lightning, only a powerhouse in the heavenly saint stage could do it. Moreover, it would not be an ordinary heavenly saint stage powerhouse, and it would not be inferior to his ancestor before he controlled the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly flame void lightning was really so powerful, he would not have the slightest ability to resist and could only be trampled on by it. Du Xiaofu frowned, and his mind raced as he searched for a way to deal with it. It could be said that the heavenly flame void lightning completely restrained his attainments in the Tao of lightning at this moment. However, Du Xiaofu's methods were not limited to the law of lightning. If that's all you have, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for me. Without much hesitation, the heavenly purple gold tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. At the same time, a sword light that seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth rose into the sky in the blink of an eye. It condensed in front of him, and then fiercely slashed at the heavenly flame void lightning. Since the law of lightning was restrained, he would use other methods. Emptiness of heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu roared, and the endless energy in this space gathered toward the sword light. It was constantly being absorbed, causing it to rapidly grow. It was like a pillar that reached the heavens as it fiercely slashed down. Kid, it's useless. You can't beat me. The heavenly flame, void, lightning, cried out in a deep voice, after which an incomparably thick lightning bolt shot out from its body. This bolt of lightning spanned across the entire space, and it was thicker than a mountain. It was suffused with a dim light, and it fiercely collided with Du Xiaofu's sword light. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the two forces collided, and they tore each other apart. They turned into runes that were like waves that swept through the heavens and the earth. The space looked like a piece of paper that had been torn apart, and a terrifying gap was formed, forming a bottomless abyss. The destructive energy shot out and swept through everything, creating a vacuum in the world below the lava. Chapter 2580. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Such a terrifying battle caused a huge commotion. It was as if thousands of mountains were collapsing and thousands of waves were roaring. Outside the battlefield, four figures dived into the churning magma. They were Dai Lu from Blackwater River, the two ancestors of ice and fire from the sacred demon palace, and the fierce man known as Ownerless Broken Sword. After Du Xiaofu, they wanted to check out the situation of the Heavenly Flame Void Lightning. When the Heavenly Flame Void Lightning and Du Xiaofu had first clashed, they had already sensed it. But just as they were about to approach the two, they were suddenly attacked by a huge force. The surging energy waves were like a raging sea. The four of them were like a few insects in a raging tide. They were directly thrown into the clouds, unable to control themselves. The four of them were extremely shocked. The demonic qi in their bodies circulated rapidly, trying to control their bodies. But in the aftermath of the energy waves, they could only protect themselves from being injured. It was impossible for them to break free from the current situation. In the center of the battlefield, the huge spatial crack did not close for a long time. It was open like the giant mouth of the Demon King. It was awe-inspiring. When all the shattered energy was annihilated, a fiery red liquid poured in from the gap in the spatial abyss. It carried a blazing heat and filled the vacuum in an instant, forming a sea of magma. It was a fiery red world. This was the magma of the lava world. It had entered this place through the spatial crack. The magma surged and bubbled. When it exploded, it was a ball of fire. In this sea of magma, two figures moved separately. The Heavenly Flame Void Lightning's main body existed in a dark state. As for Du Xiaofu, his body was wrapped in the azure spirit armor, and there was a sharp light shining from it. A trace of purple gold blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It floated in the hot magma and was instantly burned to ashes. The Heavenly Flame Void Lightning did not suffer any damage from the exchange of blows. But Du Xiaofu was seriously injured. The thunder martial vein outside his body was broken and dissipated in the surging magma. The 7 spiritual lightnings were scattered, but they quickly flew back and were absorbed into Du Xiaofu's body. Human, what right do you have to defeat me? The heavenly flame, hollow thunder roared. As it spoke, it moved rapidly within the sea of lava. The strange fluctuation of laws spread out once again and rapidly grew stronger. A terrifying pressure descended from the sea of lava, directly suppressing Du Xiaofu's body and soul. He could only feel a terrifying and peerless power suppressing every inch of his flesh and blood. The lightning profundity that he had grasped was severely restricted. He was unable to use it to his heart's content before the heavenly flame void lightning. Can I really only be restricted by him? Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in magma, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He knew that if he relied on other means to defeat the heavenly flame void lightning today, it would be wishful thinking. The difference in strength made it difficult for him to cause any harm to the heavenly flame void lightning. He had the thunder martial vein, which could restrain the spiritual lightnings. But now, under the influence of the embryonic form of the laws, the thunder martial vein did not seem to be effective. I don't believe this. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and the purple gold heavenly tower disappeared from his hand. The profound qi in his body began to circulate wildly. It rampaged through his limbs, bones, and meridians. It was like a surging river, letting out earth-shaking rumbles. Then the meridians on his skin bulged and crawled all over his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. His handsome face was also covered with bulging veins, making him look extremely terrifying. Thunder martial vein, open for me again. Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. He waved his arms as if he was lifting a mountain, lifting it with the force of millions of kilograms. The light in his eyes was no longer there. They were completely red. Following this shout, Du Xiaofu's body glowed. Under the boundless pressure, his body lit up one after another, and the thunder martial vein appeared one by one. However, the martial vein that was revealed was actually blood red. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Under the immense pressure, his immortal shin body was cracking. Blood flowed out and merged into the magma sea, being burned to ashes. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the thunder martial vein finally left the surface of his body. It rose bit by bit and then expanded. Silvernet soul-devouring lightning, come out for me! Du Xiaofu shouted again. From between his eyebrows, the silvernet soul-devouring lightning rushed out. However, it did not show too much power. It only looked like a ball of light and was arranged on the top of his head. Earth-shattering lightning, come out for me! Du Xiaofu's voice almost jumped out from his throat. Under the control of his mind, the earth-shattering lightning moved gently to his feet and rotated gently. Golden crow sky-burning lightning, come out for me! Moon sky lightning, come out for me! 3,000 quaking lightning, come out for me! Soul extinguishing lightning, come out for me! One shout after another came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. In the end, his voice became unusually hoarse. Under the immense pressure, his lips were trembling. It could be seen that the power of the embryonic form of the heavenly flame void lightning had reached a terrifying level. Ha 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 ha, laughable human. Are you seeking your own death here? The heavenly flame void lightning chuckled with complete disdain. It did not take Du Xiaofu's actions seriously at all. Under the restraint of its power of law, how could the other party's little attainments in lightning profound enter its eyes? It could only firmly suppress him. The power of the heavenly flame void lightning's main body was still growing nonstop. A bolt of lightning even more terrifying than before was currently forming, fluctuating with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. I said long ago that I could still spare your life if you hand over the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning on you. However, it's already too late now. After I kill you, I'll personally come and take them myself. Descendant of the heavenly Dao clan, ha ha ha. Even though you're already sufficiently extraordinary, in front of me, you can only lose your life. I still have to thank you for finding the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning for me and saving me a lot of trouble. Devouring them will allow me to advance a step further and reach the heavenly saint realm. The heavenly flame void lightning laughed loudly, feeling extremely carefree in its heart. In its eyes, not only was this human doing useless work, but he was also courting death. It could already imagine that the purple-robed youth in front of it would be killed by it, and the 7 bolts of spiritual lightning would also be controlled by it. Chapter 2581. The heavenly flame void lightning proudly imagined that after devouring these 7 bolts of spiritual lightning, as long as he could find the remaining ones, he would have a high chance of fusing with the complete law of lightning, surpassing the heavenly saint realm and achieving the heavenly Tao. That's right, just like the purple-robed youth's ancestor in the primordial era. At that time, the entire world would be under his control. He would surpass everything and be supreme, above all living beings, and no one would be able to defeat him. As he imagined this, the heavenly flame void lightning became more and more carefree. However, just as he was endlessly fantasizing and feeling great pleasure, Du Xiaofu's final shout fell. You seem to be a little too pleased with yourself. 9 underworld demonic lightning, come out. As these words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, the 7th bolt of spiritual lightning he had obtained from Jalo Jumi rushed out. After the 9 underworld demonic lightning rushed out from between his eyebrows, it spread out around Du Xiaofu's body like the other 6 bolts of spiritual lightning, completely surrounding him. After this scene appeared, an unusual pressure rippled from the magma sea. It was exactly the same as the ripple emitted from the heavenly flame void lightning. This kind of power directly suppressed the power released by the heavenly flame void lightning. The 7 bolts of spiritual lightning were embedded in Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein, and there was a mysterious connection between them. This mysterious connection was established on a brand in Du Xiaofu's mind. It was an extremely strange pattern. It looked especially complicated, but also extremely simple. At a glance, one could see countless scenes taking shape. There was the rotation of the universe, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and the evolution of all things in the world. There was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, water, and fire mixing, and the birth of the mighty power of heaven and earth. There was the worship of living beings, devout prayers, and the gathering of vast wish power. Everything in the mortal world was included in these scenes, and there was nothing that could not be tolerated. Countless scenes, intense and spectacular, colliding and intertwining, were engraved with the patterns and rules of all things in the world. However, if one were to observe it carefully, all of this was like an illusion that vanished in an instant. Only those simple and obscure lines were glowing faintly. At this moment, among these lines, there was an extremely bright one. It was like a winding electric snake. It was connected to Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein, and then connected to the 7 spiritual thunderbolts outside his body. This was the brand of the laws engraved on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It was a fortuitous encounter that Du Xiaofu had obtained when he traveled down the river of time in the tomb of the Heaven Tao. According to his deduction, it was something left behind by the ancestors of the Du family. After that, Du Xiaofu also tried to comprehend this mark. Unfortunately, with his understanding of the universal Dharma and Logos, he could not grasp the trajectory of these laws and could not grasp the mysteries within. Therefore, he did not deliberately touch these things and allowed the law imprints in his mind to lie there. This was because he believed that as long as he comprehended enough, he would be able to grasp the real laws one day. Today, after the heavenly flame void thunder used the embryonic form of the laws and forced him repeatedly, his understanding of the thunder profound had improved a little. It was this improvement that allowed him to touch the law imprints in the depths of his primordial spirit, allowing him to glimpse a trace of the embryonic form of the laws. So this is the law, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. With a thought, the silver net soul devouring thunder, earth-shattering thunder, and the other spiritual thunderbolts all exploded with a boom. Under the effect of the law imprints, the 7 spiritual thunderbolts finally released their auras, each erupting with a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura. The power of the law, released by the heavenly flame, void thunder, could no longer affect Du Xiaofu at all. The thunder martial vein and the 7 spiritual thunderbolts were no longer restrained. What's going on? This change made the heavenly flame void thunder's heart tremble violently. It felt a dry feeling in its throat, and even its voice trembled. The power released by the purple-robed young man also frightened it. The power of the law. This is also the power of the law. Soon, the heavenly flame void thunder shouted. He finally understood that the young man at this time had also comprehended a trace of the embryonic form of the law of thunder and lightning. Moreover, his mastery was more comprehensive than his own. At this time, the absolute advantage that he had previously occupied was disintegrated in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Weren't you very confident before? Now it's my turn. Heavenly thunder punishment. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. His voice transmitted, causing the surrounding sea of lava to boil even more. With the support of the law of thunder and lightning, the thunder martial vein scattered around his body suddenly expanded, like a large net of thunder and lightning sprinkled into the sea. Every thunder and lightning became extremely thick and strong. At the same time, the 7 spiritual thunderbolts that were arranged in different directions also emitted blazing light, and thunder roared loudly. Different colored thunderbolts intertwined with each other, carrying a power that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if a god had suddenly become angry and struck a severe punishment to the world from the 9 heavens. Densely packed thunderbolts of different colors rapidly struck down, crisscrossing the sea of lava. Soon, the heavenly flame void thunder was completely submerged. Boy, even if you have mastered the law of thunder and lightning, you can't do anything to me. I'll remember today's grudge for now. One day, I'll personally take back the 7 spiritual thunderbolts on you. The heavenly flame void thunder calmed down and shouted loudly. He knew that the purple-robed young man's cultivation was weaker than his. If he wanted to leave, the purple-robed young man would not be able to stop him even if he wanted to. At worst, he would temporarily give up on fighting for the 7 spiritual thunderbolts on him. As long as he could find the rest of the spiritual thunderbolts first, he would be able to enter the Heaven Sage stage very quickly. At that time, he would come back to take revenge for today's grudge. The 7 spiritual thunderbolts would still be in his bag. At the same time, the heavenly flame void thunder made a move in his heart. The black spiritual thunderbolt directly swept in the opposite direction of Du Xiaofu at an extremely fast speed, trying to get rid of the purple-robed young man's heavenly thunder punishment and escape. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Du Xiaofu said coldly. He gently waved his arm, and the thunderbolts in the sky were guided at the same time. They turned around and chased after the heavenly flame void thunder. The terrible thunderbolts violently blasted out, tearing cracks in the space one after another. The entire sea of lava was stirred up, and monstrous waves surged into the sky. In the volcanic space where Du Xiaoyao, Song Song, and Saixia Fairy of a sacred demon temple, the crimson-robed man of the Blackwater River, and the rogue cultivators were, an incomparably ferocious wave of magma suddenly surged up. Before anyone could react, the lava filled the entire space and then erupted from the crater of the volcano. Chapter 2582. At this moment, Een Mountain's end was shrouded in darkness without any light. However, the blazing lava gushed up from the volcano's crater, instantly illuminating the entire mountain range. The crater of the volcano exploded under the impact, expanding by 100 times. Lava sprayed into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, like a sky full of bright fireworks exploding. Fire rain burst forth, magnificent and brilliant. One figure after another was tossed into the sky amidst the rain of fire. Damn, what happened? A demon spirit shouted as the demonic energy in his body circulated continuously, controlling his body. Fortunately, all the demon spirits that came to Een Mountain's end were powerful and didn't suffer any serious injuries under such circumstances. One by one, they displayed their cultivation and stabilized their bodies one after another. Then, they separated into their respective camps and gathered in the distance. Could it be that the heavenly flame void lightning has appeared? Then why didn't the people who went down earlier come out? Did something happen? Yes, the ice and fire ancestors, Dai Lu, the ownerless broken sword, and a human brat from the outside world called Du Xiaofu. None of them came out. The demon spirits were all shocked, suspecting that the heavenly flame void lightning had appeared, causing such a terrifying scene. If that was really the case, the heavenly flame void lightning was too powerful. It wasn't something they could fight against. It wouldn't be easy to subdue it. Just as everyone was exclaiming, they saw a ball of light rush out from the crater of the volcano. This ball of light was dark in color, and its aura didn't seem very terrifying. However, wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. A pitch-black trace formed behind it, like a flame tail, and black smoke was rising from it. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. Heavenly flame void lightning. That's the heavenly flame void lightning. A demon spirit shouted as he pointed at the dark ball of light. Quick, stop it. Attack together, don't let it escape. Catch it, and the heavenly flame void lightning will be mine. One by one, the demon spirits roared and attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks swept out like a tsunami. Everyone only had a single thought in their hearts. They had to stop the heaven flame void lightning. As for who would obtain it in the end, that would depend on their own ability. Song Song and Saixia Fairy of the sacred demon palace, the blood-robed man named Blood Disciple of the Blackwater River, the skeleton of the Tsang Mountain, and the others all began to move. Only Du Xiaoyao stood quietly in the air. Her eyes shone with a golden light as she stared at the crater of the volcano. This was because Du Xiaofu had not come out yet. Scram! The heavenly flame void lightning suddenly roared when it was intercepted by 4 peak stage sacred demon realm experts. As soon as these words resounded, the sky was torn apart by a bolt of lightning, and it ran from the extreme east to the extreme west. It was like the heavens had opened its enormous mouth. Boom! Thunder roared. Accompanied by a zigzagging lightning bolt, it landed directly in the middle of the group of people who had tried to stop him. As the thunderbolt struck down, a crack that stretched across the entire mountain range was torn open on the ground. Song Song, Saisha Fairy, Song Shan Skeleton, Blood Disciple, and the others were all pushed back by this attack. Song Song's body was a pine tree. After being struck by the thunderbolt, his skin was charred black. Song Shan Skeleton's mummified skull had a hole in it, but no blood flowed out of it. The aura of Saisha Fairy and Blood Disciple weakened by 50% at the same time. They spat out blood and retreated. As for those below the peak stage, Sacred Demon Realm, everyone was directly blasted to the ground and fell into the huge crack. There was no movement for a long time. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Under the attack of the heavenly flame void lightning, it was so terrifying that it caused great damage to everyone. We can't fight it head-on. Retreat. Song Song shouted softly and retreated to the distance. He could not help but be shocked in his heart. Saisha Fairy, Song Shan Skeleton, Blood Disciple, and the others saw this and did not dare to attack the heavenly flame void lightning again. They just retreated to the distance in fear, making a path for it. What a terrifying heavenly flame void lightning. It's so powerful. Fairy Kaisia raised her sleeve and gently wiped away the blood on her lips and said in horror. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. If they were hit by that terrifying thunder attack again, no one could withstand it. However, what surprised these people was that after the heavenly flame void lightning's attack, it did not stay in this area for a moment. Instead, it rushed into the distance in the rain of fire. This scene made them feel puzzled, but at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced. If the heavenly flame void lightning was hostile and insisted on killing them, with its terrifying strength, 1 or 2 of the sacred demon realm powerhouses present might really be killed. Why didn't ice and fire come out? Did something happen? Song Song was greatly alarmed as he watched the heavenly flame void lightning fly away. As soon as his words came out, Saisha Fairy's pretty face was also covered with a dignified expression. Blood Disciple from the Blackwater Riverside also looked at the crater of the volcano. Only the Tsang Mountain skeleton had a gloating expression on its face, but it seemed to be taking pleasure in the other's misfortune. He. The heavenly flame void lightning is so powerful. How can that human boy still be alive? He must have become a corpse at this time, swallowed by the lava, and not even a trace of him is left. Song Shan's skeleton laughed sinisterly. Because of the shock that Du Xiaoyao had given him earlier, it had caused him to harbor some hatred towards Du Xiaofu in his heart. He wished that the purple-robed youth would die in the magma. As for the ice and fire ancestors of the sacred demon temple, Dai Lu of the Blackwater River, and the ownerless Broken Sword, who was also a rogue cultivator, he did not care whether they were dead or alive. Damn it, if you want to die, I'll help you immediately. Song Shan Skeleton's words made Du Xiaoyao furious. However, just as he was about to kill Song Shan Skeleton, a huge movement came from the crater of the volcano. There, the lava continued to erupt, and 4 figures were swept out almost at the same time. These 4 figures were none other than the ice and fire ancestors, Dai Lu and the ownerless Broken Sword, who had entered the lava after Du Xiaofu. After the 4 of them appeared, they looked like they were about to fall as they flew in the air. Obviously, they had been seriously injured and could not even control their bodies. After they came out, things were not over yet. Another figure followed them and flew out of the crater. It was the figure of a purple-robed young man. Unlike the 2 ancestors of ice and fire, This young man's entire body was surrounded by lightning. 7 bolts of spiritual thunder circled around him, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. His aura was extremely ferocious. Chapter 2583. Compared to the sorry state of the 2 ancestors of ice and fire, Dai Lu and the ownerless broken sword, Du Xiaofu was in an extremely powerful state. Streaks of lightning circled around his body like divine dragons with their heads held high. They danced in the air and spat out divine light. A vast pressure spread throughout the area, pressing down on everyone's primordial spirits. His purple robes fluttered in the air as his figure floated through the air. He was like a sun rising in the night sky. Light radiated in all directions, illuminating the entire Yin Mountain. All of this took a long time to describe. From the explosion of fire in the lava space to everyone being thrown out of the volcano, to the appearance of the post-celestial void flame lightning, to everyone trying to stop it, only to be severely injured by the post-celestial void flame lightning, and finally Du Xiaofu's appearance. From beginning to end, only a few breaths of time had passed. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to escape. As soon as Du Xiaofu appeared, a soft voice came out of his mouth. His gaze was fixed on the ball of black lightning that was rushing into the distance. It was the main body of the post-celestial void flame lightning. At that moment, the post-celestial void flame lightning had already shot out 1,000 miles. Its speed was extremely fast. However, after Du Xiaofu appeared, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to chase after it. Immediately after, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped gently. Golden light filled the sky and covered his body. In the next instant, the purple-robed youth's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. Almost at the same time, he appeared in front of the post-celestial void flame lightning and intercepted it. Is this the technique of the legendary Great Rock Clan? This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the sacred demon temple, Heishui He, and the other independent cultivators and demon spirits. Everyone had just heaved a sigh of relief because the post-celestial void flame lightning didn't take the opportunity to kill them. However, when they saw the scene again, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They couldn't understand the situation in front of them. Why do I feel that something is wrong? I also feel that something is wrong. The heavenly flame void lightning seems to be fleeing for its life. Could that human brat called Du Xiaofu be chasing after the heavenly flame void lightning? This seems to be true. The experts began to discuss among themselves. After exchanging glances with each other, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for the few perfected Saint Demon stage experts. They were all extremely shocked. They were all Peerless powerhouses, but they couldn't even block a single attack from the heavenly flame void lightning, even if they worked together. From this, it could be seen how powerful the lightning was. However, that human brat from the outside world was able to force the heavenly flame void lightning to flee in panic. Could it be that even though the heavenly flame void lightning clearly had the upper hand when it tried to stop it, it only attacked and left? Could it be that it didn't attack them? This kind of result left everyone dumbfounded. Just how terrifying was Du Xiaofu? How could this be? San Shan Skeleton, who was standing alone in a corner, was also extremely shocked as he watched this scene unfold in a daze. He had spoken rudely several times, insinuating that Du Xiaofu would die in the hands of the heavenly flame void lightning. However, he was shocked by Du Xiaoyao. Gradually, resentment towards Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao rose in his heart. When the lava erupted earlier, the ice and fire ancestors Dai Lu and the ownerless broken sword had all returned with serious injuries. However, that human brat was nowhere to be seen. This caused Song Mountain Skeleton to feel extremely pleased. Even those supreme powerhouses couldn't get away. That human brat didn't appear for a long time. He must have died in the hands of the heavenly flame void lightning. However, What he saw now made Tsongshan Skeleton feel even more terrified. Could it be that this scene of lava eruption was caused by that kid? Tsongshan Skeleton muttered in fear. Perhaps this was the only explanation. One had to know that the extremely terrifying heavenly flame void lightning could only flee in the face of that purple-robed youth. Damn thing. Since when did you have the right to tell my boss what to do? At the side, Du Xiaoyao didn't show much emotion. After all, he had grown up with Du Xiaofu all these years and had seen too many unbelievable things. He was already used to it. He calmly looked at the terrified Tsongshan Skeleton and said coldly, I've tolerated you for a long time. If I don't beat you up today, my name isn't Du Xiaoyao. As he spoke, a roar that shook the heavens erupted from his mouth, causing the void to collapse. Under this roar, the mountain range below broke and collapsed, turning into powder. Amidst the golden light, a huge red-bone horse-ape occupied the void. It waved a palm that could cover the sky and the sun, and slammed it down on Tsongshan Skeleton. Red-bone horse-ape. His true form is a red-bone horse-ape. The Tsongshan Skeleton's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Its ghostly face also changed color. In his heart, endless regret soared. He shouldn't have provoked these two people. Run. There was no need to think at all. He instantly retreated. During this process, his body transformed, and his emaciated body disappeared, turning into a snow-white skull. This skull was missing a lower jaw, and two faint green lights shone in its deep eye sockets. Waves of yin qi spread out, enveloping the skull as it fled. It swept down to the mountain range below, burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. You think you can escape from me with just you? Du Xiaoyao's loud voice resounded. His palm followed closely behind Tsongshan Skeleton and slammed down on the ground where it disappeared. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out, piercing through the void and shattering it continuously. Endless soil, stones, and wood flew into the sky, covering everything. But in this scene, a beam of light emitting a sinister aura could be seen hurriedly shuttling through the smoke and dust, escaping into the distance. Soon, it disappeared from this area. Seeing this, Du Xiaoyao snorted coldly. The red-bone horse-ape moved his legs, and with a single step he was hundreds of miles away. He disappeared into the distance with Tsongshan Skeleton, disappearing without a trace. Sacred Demon Hall. Heishui He and some other itinerant cultivators saw all of this and smiled bitterly at each other. What they had seen today had truly shocked them. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was much more terrifying than the legend said. And that wasn't all. This brother of his didn't seem to be much worse. Tsongshan Skeleton was one of the strongest in the entire demon realm, but he could only be chased by the golden-robed youth. But not long after, while these people were still in shock, they saw Du Xiaoyao return once again. At this time, he had already returned to the appearance of a golden-robed youth. In one of his hands, he was holding a skeleton that had lost its luster. Only a weak aura of life could be felt from it. Tsongshan's skeleton had actually been captured. Du Xiaoyao returned to the gathering place of the various forces with Tsongshan's skeleton in his hand. However, he didn't take any further action. Instead, he turned his gaze to another battlefield in the distance. There, Du Xiaofu and the heavenly flame void lightning were fighting. Both of them had a trace of the embryonic form of the law of lightning. The scene of their battle was magnificent and terrifying. Under their control, bolts of lightning descended like a tsunami, causing the heavens and earth to seethe. After controlling the law of lightning, they didn't need too much Xian Qi to support them. With just a thought, they could summon an incomparably terrifying attack. Human, let me go. I promise that I won't have any ideas about your 7 spiritual thunders in the future. As for who can get the other spiritual thunders, it'll all depend on their own luck. How about it? In the battle, the heavenly flame void lightning's voice sounded, with a hint of compromise. The current situation was something that he could never have imagined. Originally, he had the absolute advantage and could take down this human youth and take the 7 spiritual thunders for himself. But unexpectedly, this purple-robed youth withstood the enormous pressure and inexplicably comprehended a trace of the law of lightning, causing the outcome of the battle to be reversed in an instant. Moreover, he couldn't escape even after using all his strength to escape and was easily intercepted by this young man. What right do you think you have to talk terms with me now? Du Xiaofu replied coldly without the slightest pity. He was determined to get the spiritual thunders. There was no room for negotiation. No matter what, he wouldn't let the heavenly flame void lightning leave. Moreover, he had the upper hand now. It could be said that he was suppressing him. There was no reason to talk terms. Boy, don't go too far. If you really want to force me, we'll fight to the death. Your strength is impressive, but it hasn't reached the level that I can't surpass. If you're smart enough, let me go. From now on, we'll mind our own business. The heavenly flame void lightning spoke fiercely, the threat thick, but at the same time, it revealed a hint of pleading. The purple-robed youth's strange spatial means appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He could completely ignore the obstruction of space and instantly appear in front of him to intercept. No matter how he fled, he couldn't shake it off at all. This was where the heavenly flame void, lightning, truly lost all hope. No need to talk about any terms. Whatever tricks you have, just use them. I, Du Xiaofu, will receive them all. Du Xiaofu chuckled and waved his hand lightly. Lightning that filled the sky poured down from the sky, blasting fiercely towards the heavenly flame void lightning. He naturally saw through the heavenly flame void lightning's thoughts, and also knew that the other party already felt fear. If it were before, Du Xiaofu did not comprehend the fledgling form of laws and was indeed not the heavenly flame void lightning's match. But now the gap in cultivation realm disappeared. Relying on his various means, wanting to overcome this spiritual thunder was indeed not considered a difficult thing. Even if the other party wanted to self-detonate his demonic energy, he was also not afraid. Chapter 2584. Du Xiaofu's words immediately enraged the heavenly flame, void thunder. At the same time, he also understood that the purple-robed youth was speaking the truth. There was absolutely no chance of reconciliation between the two of them today. It could only end with one side completely defeated. Brat, you want to subdue me? Dream on. The heavenly flame, void, thunder roared. Its dark body emitted a blinding black light that penetrated all obstacles. This black light carried the power of thunder and was also mixed with blazing fire. It spread out in the void, causing the distant spectators of the holy monster temple, Heishuehi, and the others to feel their bodies go numb. Every pore on their bodies opened up and sizzled electricity passed through their bodies. The circulation of their demonic energy was greatly hindered. The heavenly flame void thunder's attack was still guided by the laws of thunder. Endless black light scattered in the void and quickly condensed into an incomparably thick bolt of lightning. It was like a black river that stretched across the sky as it directly bombarded Du Xiaofu. I don't have the time to play with you. A light shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Then the purple gold heavenly tower was summoned. It swept out from between his eyebrows and expanded with the wind. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles erupted as a terrifying pressure swept through the world. Accompanying it was a heaven-piercing sword aura that manifested. This sword aura was formed from the combination of several different colored bolts of lightning. It was mixed with a purple gold light and carried with it a power that could destroy everything. It was peerlessly domineering. The sword light was shaped like an azure dragon and also like a bolt of lightning. It twisted and wriggled in the void, and with a thunderous momentum, it fiercely collided with the river of black lightning created by the heavenly flame void lightning. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated. Large swaths of runes were shattered. Vast amounts of energy roared like a tsunami, collapsing everything. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The mountain range below the two of them collapsed one after another, turning into rubble that filled the sky. The space was pierced through like a beehive, and densely packed holes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Violent energy poured out, sweeping in all directions. It shook the 9 heavens and shook the 9 hells, annihilating everything in its path. Quick, retreat. Don't get hit by the shock waves. This human youth's strength is too terrifying. Pervert, too perverted. In the distance, the people of the sacred monster palace, Blackwater River, and other forces saw this scene, and all of them started to flee. A few sage, realm consummate experts took the lead, and they didn't even turn their heads back. They were afraid that they would be affected by this energy storm. Even several experts of the sage accomplished realm would have been injured if they had been grazed by this energy tide. So, it was needless to say for those with weaker cultivations. Only Dai Lu, who was holding the feather fan in her hand, glanced back at the battlefield as she fled. His eyes flickered with a bright light. No one knew what he was thinking. The calmest of them all was Du Xiaoyao. Although he also retreated, he did not show too much shock. He was already used to Du Xiaofu's freakishness. However, there was a strange light flashing in the eye sockets of the skull in his hand. Even the skull, which had no flesh and blood, seemed to show an extremely frightened expression. This group of people quickly fled over 1,000 li away before stopping. They all looked at the place where Du Xiaofu was fighting with the heavenly flame void lightning with shock and horror. They saw the rain of stones passing by the purple-robed young man. His body paused in the air for a moment, and then he suddenly disappeared from where he was. This was not the first time that they had seen such a scene. All of them were mentally prepared. They all turned their eyes to the heavenly flame void lightning on the other side. At this time, Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared in front of the dark ball of light. He was even faster than everyone could see. The heavenly flame void lightning was no longer as arrogant as it was at the beginning. When it saw Du Xiaofu coming to its side, an indescribable feeling of horror rose in its heart. Without thinking, its body suddenly began to swell violently, and an extremely vast aura burst out from it. A dangerous aura filled the air in an instant. It made people feel as if a terrifying lord had come to destroy everything. As long as he was angry, all the creatures in the world could only die. Oh no, the heavenly flame void lightning is going to go all out. This place is dangerous. Retreat again. Song Song shouted in the distance. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. Everyone was aware that danger was coming, and they all fled into the distance again. The heavenly flame void lightning is extremely powerful. This time, it is going to explode its beast energy. I don't know if that human boy can withstand it. It's good that both of them are injured. Only in this way can the demon realm be peaceful. Yes, that human is really terrible. With him around, the demon realm will not be peaceful. If both of them are injured, we may have a chance to get the heavenly flame void lightning. The sacred demon palace does not want to get involved in the devil religion. I hope that boy will not push it too far. Everyone discussed in private as they fled. Previously, when they had joined forces, they had been injured by the heavenly flame void lightning. They knew how terrifying it was. If it really wanted to explode its beast energy, no one could escape if they were too close, including the purple-robed young man. Is it really going to go all out? Du Xiaofu murmured. He found that the heavenly flame void lightning's aura was constantly rising. It did not hesitate to consume its own cultivation to prepare for this attack, which made him feel a little threatened. If they were to fight head-on, the heavenly flame void lightning would not be inferior to Du Xiaofu even at this time. It was only because he had the space profound of the golden-winged great rocks that he had extreme speed that did not give the opponent the slightest chance to escape. This was why the heavenly flame void lightning was forced into such a situation. However, Du Xiaofu could see that the heavenly flame void lightning cherished its life very much. It would not explode its beast energy so easily. At most, it would fight until both of them were injured. Even so, if it was allowed to unleash its attack, it would probably cause Du Xiaofu serious injuries. At that time, both of them would be exhausted, and the heavenly flame void lightning would have a chance to escape. However, Du Xiaofu would not give it the chance to unleash its attack freely. As he spoke, he gently waved one hand. The silver net soul-devouring lightning, earth-shattering lightning, great sky lightning, and the other lightning bolts were guided. They whizzed out and attacked the heavenly flame void lightning at the same time. At the same time, the mysterious law brand on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit constantly circulated with a strange power. It supported the 7 lightning bolts, causing them to display a power that was many times stronger than before. Boom! 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 The 7 lightning bolts shone with terrifying light. They split up and surrounded the heavenly flame void lightning. Bolts of lightning surged and released arcs of electricity. As they connected with each other, they also connected with the heavenly flame void lightning, forming a strange diagram. This diagram overlapped with the law brand on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit by a small portion. Its shape and trajectory were exactly the same. It was also because of this that Du Xiaoyao, Song Song, Saixia Fairy, Xue Tu, Dai Lu, Ownerless Broken Sword, and the others witnessed a strange scene. The heavenly flame void lightning, which had been constantly surging, suddenly seemed to be frozen under the encirclement of the other 7 lightning bolts. It did not undergo any further changes. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's actions seemed very strange. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in front of the heavenly flame void lightning and gently closed his eyes. However, arcs of electricity constantly fluctuated from his body, mixed with purplish gold light. That frightening and dangerous aura had also vanished without a trace. It had suddenly disappeared from the world, causing everyone's tense bodies and nerves to relax for a moment. Wasn't the heavenly flame void lightning going to go all out? Why did it suddenly stop moving? It should have self-destructed. It would have been better if both sides suffered. It would have given the demon realm some peace, and also give us a chance to subdue this lightning bolt. I'm afraid there's no chance. That human boy is too strange. The heavenly flame void lightning is about to be subdued by him. I'm interested to know what level he'll reach if he really subdues this lightning bolt. Everyone discussed and looked nervously at Du Xiaofu and the heavenly flame void lightning. The disappearance of the dangerous aura caused the rest of the people to stop running and look back. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, the rock emperor of the desolate country. He really lives up to his reputation. He's really powerful. Different from everyone else's reaction, Dai Lu's expression did not change at all. However, the words that came out of her mouth were filled with great admiration. The few people from the sacred demon palace did not notice Dai Lu's expression. Otherwise, they would have all been on guard. In the void in the distance, Du Xiaofu stood quietly with his eyes closed. In front of him, the strange pattern formed by the 8 lightning bolts was constantly rotating. There was a faint, mysterious connection between them, and they were constantly changing shape. Every time the pattern formed, it echoed with a part of the law imprint that was engraved in his mind. A mysterious power rose in the field with the rhythm of nature and the trajectory of the changes of all things. In such a scene, time passed slowly. The 8 lightning bolts approached Du Xiaofu's body step by step until finally they turned into a mass of colorful light and rushed into his glabella. At this time, Du Xiaofu still did not make any other movements. He still maintained his standing posture with his eyes closed. All the lightning on his body disappeared and drilled into his body. Not a trace of it leaked out. All of his aura was retracted, making him look incomparably ordinary. However, the more ordinary he was, the more unfathomable it was. All the onlookers felt that there was an indescribable strange fluctuation coming from the purple-robed young man. It was as if he was in harmony with nature, in harmony with heaven and earth, as if he had merged into one.